It's a mess. What's happening, people? What's going on? Got my art supplies all over the joint. Oh, it's gonna go in here. Come on, LB. Even when you're not in here with me, you're ruining my life, dog. Come on, why isn't that working? Come on. One day I'll do an art style stream. Alright, Chibs is here, so I don't gotta worry about him. Just put it up anyway. You know what I'm saying. Just put it up anyway. Why's everything all tangled up? Huh, Chibs? What'd you do? Why is everything all tangled up? Click, boom! Coming down the back street, coming Black Street. Life ain't a track meet. It's a marathon. Some other shit. Oh, I just realized I got a hole in this shirt. That is not a good look. Alright, so that's gonna be that. This is gonna be that. We'll go to the chat on that. I don't need this open anymore. No needs for the emails. Pick up My Hero Academia later. What are we on? What are we on? Alright. Open up some Spitify. Do this. Put it there. Hop on some Mixer chat. Alright. So I already got my clip ready. Let's see. Like level 15 or so. Opie doggy, cut it out. So it's tagged in. Oh, that one. Okay. Okay. Alright, take that there. Oh, wait. Did I download it? Alright. Log in. See if anybody's on for the Apex. That was the plan. We're gonna do it anyway. I'll figure out the team later. Tag people. Oh nope, I don't know who that is. It's not tag some random people. Alright, so I'm done. Location, my place of business. Here we go. It's Free Play Friday. We're gonna start off with Apex. Possibly move into something else. Stop by. Say hi. I gotta do some stuff off my clipboard. There's so much stuff here. Not what I wanted to do. Hashtag Apex Legends clips. Alright. Oh, no. Can't have my cane falling over. Alright, there's that. Oh, I missed that. What was that now? From now through Monday. I missed it. So I'm gonna jot these challenges down. What's up, Miss Delina? We're about to get started in 2 minutes. Just wanna keep track of these dailies. 750 is Octane. 5 headshots is Crypto. Crypto. And 100 damage with care package weapons. 100 DM. Pack. Weapons. Alright. What else? 1,000 damage with wingnuts. I need like 500 more damage. I need 5 items looted from my Lifeline care package. I need 7 more knockdowns of sniper rifles, 4 knockdowns of drill sight. Survey beacons is Pathfinder. 4 ranked match, top 5, 1 more knockdown. Alright, so that's a lot. That's quite a lot of stuff going on now. We are getting started. We are underway. Meow. 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 That dog is fudging insane. Uh-oh, I hope he's in trouble. I wanna check out this YouTube video about Shroud leaving Twitch. I don't know if he was signed to Twitch exclusively and he left that whole contract, or he wasn't, and Mixer used the opportunity to sign him exclusively, like Mixer or Ninja did. So alright, here we go. Alright, so we're all going to the Kenzo 74. I wonder if it's a Philadelphian I'm rocking with here. I know Kensington isn't just in Philadelphia, but that's what I think about when I hear Kenzo. Look at that. Dropped you right off at the door. Come on, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on.
Optics here. Sniper. R301 here. Alternator here.
Oh, Princess KK.
First blood on the enemy. Shot a cargo bot.
It's my cargo bot. And while it's gold, give me that. Give me that.
Knockdown shield here. Level 3.
Well, that didn't work too well. Crap. I just realized they can hear me talking. I didn't mute myself. What'd you do with Obi?
He's locked up, he bit my whole hand.
Yeah, I heard you say something about that. So now you get to hang out and watch the magic happen.
Sniper stock
Yeah,
here. Level 2.
go on the team with the Kenzo.
Yeah, I know, I saw that.
Did I ask him if he's in Kensington?
No, I mentioned it. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. And I mentioned it like to the stream. And then I saw my mic popping up. So he heard me, or she heard me, and I didn't say anything back, so I don't know.
Well, the other one's Priceless, not Princess.
I thought it was Princess. I said Princess. Ooh, look at that gold barrel stabilizer.
It's a godless goddess situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop that for that.
Sniper stock.
And if I find a
Ammo here.
near there. Oh, somebody's zipping.
The ring isn't very close. 45 seconds.
I just heard a zip, or yeah, zip line. Are they running the line?
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. I will take it.
It is so. Maybe not.
Alright, that's good enough. Alright. Okay, we gotta go.
Let's go over here.
You wanna go right there?
Package being delivered.
Incoming care package. I love that. Zipline here. Love these things.
Alright, let's do that. Let's do it to it. What are you shooting at? What do you... Oh, we're chasing this thing? Okay. Okay. Ah, bro, you fucked it up, bro.
Hammer point.
That dog is ridiculous.
You know, you're just getting so much worse when we're not doing a very good job. Like, you know, like nothing's free. I
Right,
was just thinking though about like going to work on Sunday. And
right.
It must be so nice to just like
Shotgun bolt.
leave for work. If you leave for work 12 minutes before your shift starts, you're gonna make it. And like that just sounds so nice.
Yeah, well, you make like $8 million a year. That sounds nice. Look at that. Did you see that move? I'm like motherfucking Spider-Man.
You show up, you kick ass, you build it up. You just gotta get enough hours. That's what I'm concerned about. 4 hours shift. Be one of those places where they just hire everybody, but everybody only works 12 hours a week. You can't get health insurance.
Right. Oh man, oh man, wide open. I hate the wide open. Drop your heel bot. Drop your heel bot. Drop your heel bot.
Yeah, this is like dated out there.
There you go.
I've been in this situation exactly before.
Yeah.
And somebody came up the hill behind you last time, so I don't know if that's gonna happen again. I'm just saying. I'm very familiar.
Get up. Oh, they got a Volky. I'm not even worried about getting that.
Hit the ejector seat.
Alright. If you say so, Priceness. Guess you want me to carry it?
See someone out there.
Oh, there's no more vaults in.
It's go time. Charging shields.
Oh,
Enemy spotted.
That was a decoy.
yeah, the real guys in the building.
Reloading. Frag out. Grenade out. Reloading. Let's go here.
Let's go this way.
Let's go this way.
Hostile over there.
Sí, por favor.
Shit, the ring's coming. We gotta go. We gotta go.
I can see
Good job, Chance. Refill your
Ring's moving. And
plans for tomorrow?
No. Man, we should have left instead of engaging these people.
You think our next? Or we'll find the kids will race on probably one.
No, it was a team decision to. So no. Do I have plans tomorrow? No. Why?
Nothing you wanted to do.
Nothing I want to do.
I was thinking we could go to the frame store, talk to Emilio. Yo. They framed your graduation and your law school thing. You know the song Taurus sings?
Mhm.
Emilio at the frame store.
Yeah.
Think about that. So there's a bunch of frames we need to replace. We need to get nicer frames. We can frame the Mac on them.
Okay. So like go to Michael's.
I want to frame 3D in a school picture.
Okay. Okay, so we'll have to measure everything.
Organize all cabinets and countertops. And
I would love that,
so
actually.
homes.
I would love that.
So like just do all of them and just clear this shit out. And then we'll set up our new knickknacks and frames and stuff.
Yeah. I'd love like organization. I have no organization, but like I love the idea of organization. So when things aren't organized, I freak like.
But you do nothing about
I
it.
know. I just freak out about it.
And pretty much since work got busy, there hasn't been a clean surface.
There has been. That's bullshit. There just isn't one in this room.
No, the cubby's crazy, the cart's crazy, on top of the counter's crazy.
Can we not do this on stream?
I didn't want to tell you what it was. I
You
was
sure
gonna
did.
Save it for later.
You sure did want to tell me what it was.
Nope,
That's why
I
you
wasn't
told.
gonna tell you.
That's why you told me what it was.
I said, "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" And then I said, "Nothing you want to do."
And I said, okay. And then you said, I want to go to the frame. And then you
No,
started
asked me
singing
for it.
the Frame Store song from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Is what happened.
No, I
Then you said, every time I think about it, I think about that song. And then you want to go get this framed and that frame. And I said, that would be great. I would love the organization style stuff. Love it. It'd be wonderful.
Alright, well, let's just pretend a conversation ended there
Okay, I'll just delete it off of the stream.
then. Love you.
Love you too. God, not what I want to do. Zero. What's happening, buddy? Nothing much. Same old, same old.
Getting ready to play a little Apex.
I'm already losing is what's happening. Is my mic not working? Or my mic's
Yeah,
working?
I've been there. I've been there. No, it's
Okay.
working. I hear you.
I was having some confusion which side was muted earlier, and I was saying stuff and my teammates heard me.
Oh, yeah.
I was saying stuff about my teammates and they heard me. So, whoopsie.
Oops. Oh shit! You were in the game chat
Yeah.
or whatnot.
Yep.
Is,
I have not, but let's shoot him a text. Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo.
Oh, a double XP weekend for top fives and wins. it says.
Oh, nice. I started to read that, but I backed out so quick that I never got to finish it. I read this weekend only, or something like that, and I just instinctively hit B and backed out of it, and I had no idea what it was.
We get a decent number of top fives, so that'll
But yeah,
help the old battle pass.
I am. I don't even know what level I am. 41.
Yeah, I'm 34.
Okay, and I guess that status above our head, that bar, is our level to the next one. I think. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you know, I never even really. I mean, once I got max level, I guess I wasn't really thinking about that.
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to it. I gotta cut this out. How do you? No, turn that off. How do you mute this? Options. No. Fudge. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to just mute. I don't know.
What are you trying
Mute
to do?
the Facebook chat so it doesn't ping. Alright, Grim says maybe super late at work with, or at bar with work friends. So,
At
with
bar
work
what?
friends. So Grim won't be on until
Oh,
later, if at all.
yeah, no big. Just wondering. I saw a monkey on it maybe a little while ago. He's looking at YouTube.
Monkey. Yeah, he might be. He might be. Might be sleeping. Cause he's in the UK, so whatever it is, it's like 5 o'clock there or something.
Oh yeah, he probably just had YouTube on and just turned the TV off or went to sleep
Yeah.
or something.
That's what I'm assuming.
You know, it'd be kind of rough, but I think if I had to be in extreme money saving mode, I could probably handle just watching the shit on YouTube, like with no streaming services or cable or anything, at least for a little while.
Yeah, I watch.
There's so much shit on YouTube.
I watch so much stuff on the internet. Like, we haven't had cable in. Now, we do have streaming services, but we haven't had cable in years. Probably 4 years now. And I don't miss it.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I've got streaming services. I mean, I'm not much of a sports guy anyway, so I really don't care about missing live sports. And the news is mostly bullshit, and you can get it online anyway. So, I mean, the only thing that it doesn't have is some current shows, and I mean, Hulu.
Right.
All the streaming services have a lot of them.
Right.
So,
Again, the only issue.
and if
Dad, sorry.
I was just saying, and if even if a streaming service doesn't have a show that you really want, you can buy almost every show by the episode or season
Right.
on, Amazon, iTunes, whatever.
Right, that's true. Yeah, what I was gonna say was my only issue with it is so many things are divided that like you can't get everything in like one place. So like Disney Plus is coming out. Do you have a gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get me.
No,
Get
no.
attacked.
Just before I picked up all the guns on the ground, I want to make sure that you were good. But like now Disney Plus is coming out. They own Marvel, so like I'm excited. I'm kind of excited for that, but then like Marvel pulled all their stuff off of Netflix, which kind of sucks. So like now we're gonna have to have a Netflix and a Disney Plus and all the other bullshit.
Absolutely, yeah. That does suck, and eventually it'll be so fragmented. Eventually, it'll cost as much as cable.
And that's what I'm
But,
afraid of.
But yeah, I agree. You just kind of have to like pick and choose, basically. Ooh, purple armor.
Oh, nice. Look at you. I'm gonna drop this Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper helped me in one game yesterday, I guess it was. It's actually a game I made the clip of for my social media post. But it doesn't usually do me any good.
Did you get a good kill with it? I didn't see the kill.
Yeah, it was actually got a squad wipe with it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it
nice.
was me and Grim.
That's
Yeah,
satisfying.
and we both were doing some work with it. Well, we were both putting some work in on the fight, and then I got Grim went down, I got him up, and then he did a little bit more damage before he went down completely, or went down again, and then I was able to finish him off with the Peacekeeper, and then just keep on popping the new people as they were coming. Eventually, there
Hell
was
yeah.
we didn't have any heals, and we had a far run, and while we were trying to run, they just kept on sniping at us. And eventually, we got in a fight and went down with another squad, but it was still very, very satisfying in the beginning.
Yeah, getting a squad wipe is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
You need 4 shield cells. I got like 10.
Yeah, I could use them. Thank you. Perfect. I have 2 syringes, but I have 3 med kits if you can use a med kit.
Let me see. You take those. I got a Phoenix kit.
Okay. Oh.
I don't know where to go here. Just search for a battle or something.
Yeah, I say. Yeah, I say we start heading to the other side of the city, like over there, and then run towards shots as soon as we hear them.
I'm giving the double tap a second chance on the scout here. I know you're not really. It's not meant for long range. Really,
It's nice though.
so I'm gonna try
It's,
it.
if you can. The
Yeah.
problem is if you aim too high on the first shot, the second one goes over their head. Oh, gunshots over there, I think.
Oh, I hear somebody beside me, Joe.
Okay.
I'm far away from you.
All right, I'm coming.
Thought you were close by.
Up there, okay. They're zipping. Teammates
Where the
shooting.
fuck did they go?
Where we? Damn. Oh, they're right here. I didn't see that person.
Got one down. Hit that guy for about 64. No, 54. Come on, Dragon.
He was hanging out in his drone.
Or Dragoon.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shooting at the dude
Good
who was
strategy.
far. Didn't realize there was somebody much closer. Because when you said you heard somebody by you, I saw somebody
when your
zip.
teammate-
So I thought that was the person you heard.
Yeah. I thought he was behind me, but then he was in front of me at the little underpass, the little road that goes over the bridge. So I don't know if he jumped off the building and then was down there. I killed him, but I mean I downed him, but his buddy got me. I gotta make myself not hold down the trigger when I'm trying to use the Spitfire long range. Like, I mean, I got 3 hits with it, but I've wasted probably, 8
Yeah.
hits or something.
Yeah, it's tough. It's I mean, I don't know. Ideally, semi-automatic.
You can't control
Yeah,
it too
semi-automatic
good.
with any gun would be more accurate, but it just doesn't always work. Sometimes.
Yeah, but yeah, that scout's badass. If I'd had a better clip on it there, I wouldn't have had to switch weapons to take down the first person there. It really does do the damage.
Yeah, it's the double tap is so nice when that's very satisfying. Like I said, if you're aiming low enough, you can get both shots off on somebody, and it takes away 60
Yeah.
health. It's nice.
More than a longbow with less
Mhm.
effort. I mean, it's easier to aim.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like that's more fair than like the disruptor rounds were. I mean, I feel like you're having to use a little more skill or something instead of 4 bullets and it takes out a purple shield.
Yeah. The disruptor rounds I really enjoyed. I know they're a bit bit OP, but I don't know. I've always liked the alternator. So then when the alternator got some love, I really appreciated it.
Yeah, I don't mind them. I think it's a little too much of a buff. Like, let me see. Like normally, what's the alternator do? About 12 or 13 a shot to the body?
I think it's 12.
Maybe if they had just buffed it like, I don't know, 30% or made it maybe like 16 or something. That's not 30, but anyway. Maybe made it 16 damage a bullet instead of 4 bullets do 100, instead of 25 damage a bullet to shoot.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, that makes sense.
I feel like
I said that makes sense. Because, I mean, it would just, like, sometimes it would be instant, your shield's gone, and it's just like, what happened?
yeah. I think I think something to do with the servers or lag or something made it tougher than it is on paper. Like, you know, because I can understand it taking your shields out that quick, but then it doesn't. I don't know. I feel like when I'm shooting it, it doesn't do as much as when other people are shooting it.
Right. I have that. That seems to happen with a lot of guns for me. And I think that comes down to my accuracy, because I know that my accuracy is not good.
That may be the same for me. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm shooting well, but it didn't take them out. Specifically with disruptor rounds, I feel like, you know, I've been shooting okay, but maybe it didn't take them out as quick. I don't know. No, it's probably my accuracy too. Lag might have a little to do with
Right.
it.
No, I'm sure it does, because there are issues, and then you live in a more rural area, so it's compounded.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that definitely is an issue.
And it must just be my ping, because I mean my internet's plenty fast enough for gaming, but the ping to the servers is probably hurts me.
Right. Alright, I'm coming to you guys.
Yeah, dudes in this building. Where the fuck? Somewhere right around here.
Sounds like they just jumped outside.
Oh. I can't tell where it's coming from. Okay. I think this is a different crew, but I don't know.
I hope not, because we're putting ourselves right between them. We'll see.
No, it's two crews fighting.
Broke caustic shield. Somebody downed him. Oh, our teammate downed him. Nice.
They're on us. Got one down.
Alright, I'm running to grab this shield.
Put her
Good
out.
shit. Oh, that shield's already gone.
I hear somebody else. Right here. Woo. Yeah.
Very nice. Oh, just got laser rifled from...
No, where it's
I think it
from.
was over there somewhere. It looked like it came from you guys.
Yeah, crawl to this corner. You don't have any... Oh, somebody's coming. Somebody's coming. I heard her a couple of
Yeah, I hit her
bullets.
with like 2. God
Come on,
damn,
teammate.
bro.
Damn, I distracted that medic forever. I don't know what our fucking teammate is doing.
He's now sitting up, perched on the roof on a wall, waiting for them to
Oh,
come.
what a game, man.
Yeah, for them to come up this one zip line. If they do anything else, he's not prepared for it.
Yeah. He's kind of like he's like Fred Savage in The Wizard or something. He's gonna go to the Nintendo World Championships. This has got to be a little kid or something. He'll probably do something real pro here in a minute, and I'll eat my words.
I mean, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's got an interesting strategy of watching our ship tick away.
Pro strats. Pro strats. Watch your friends time out.
What's he doing? Yeah, now's the time. Now, okay, well, that's
Right. I
nothing.
mean, I'll
Guess he's got a purple shield. I guess he doesn't need to loot the boss. Oh, he got out just in time. Yeah, pro strats. I guess he's doing the right thing here, huh? I don't see where. Oh, I guess he can revive us way up the road there. Is that a revive spot on that little like directly
Yeah.
north at L-shaped
yes,
building?
I believe so.
Okay.
Can't do anything to them.
Hey, what is that light blue? Why is? Oh, one is a revive thing. Okay, never mind.
What happened? Why is he running the other way?
I was. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, he saw that care package. There was a
Okay.
care package there, and it's gone now.
So he just assumes people are there, which is probably a correct assumption.
I didn't see it disappear when he turned back toward the city, but I guess it did. Damn, they're right around him.
Like,
I wonder if they've changed the distance.
I was gonna say, like,
Go
how
ahead.
is this fun? To, like, run and
Yeah.
avoid fights and, like, I'd go for the revive. If I died, I'd just get started up in a new game. New fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I mean, they're right across the way. They're gonna storm us as soon as.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard. Yeah, exactly.
This is no different than respawning us back in the city.
Yeah, he should have respawned. Was that? Oh, I thought somebody just fired at the fucking revive ship when we were coming in there, but I might have been a ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Perk. There's a zip line
Yep.
right.
I'm with you.
Yeah, you see.
I went in that tank hoping to get something to defend myself with. I got a P2020 with 10 shots.
Oh, here's the ammo. Here's the ammo.
Thank you. And I got some heavy ammo for that. Here you go.
Oh, dope. There's a.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna
2X.
grab this alternator. Yes.
Yeah, I'll take.
So that's a wingman. I got some shotgun shells if we find a shotgun.
Oh, I hear people.
Alright, let me grab this ammo. I'm coming.
I think they're outside the
There's an
building.
alternator there.
Shit. Who are you
People in
firing?
the
Okay.
building across the way. Oh shit, I thought I had meds. No? Fuck. Well, that sucks. Oh yeah, we can get a.
You want to
Yeah.
go to this kid?
He pinged enemies, and I thought it was because they were shooting at him, so I laid down some cover fire and got fucked up for it.
Oh shit. Yeah, I haven't found any meds yet. Here's another.
Oh, I got a shield. There's energy and Alright, here we go.
Here's an Evo.
Alright, I got some shotgun bullets if you want
Prowler.
that. No? Okay.
I'm gonna take this alternator wingman. There's a little light ammo. Damn, it'd be awesome if we could find you a med.
Yeah, I mean, if we can stay out of a fight long
By
enough,
the way,
I'll respawn, or I'll regen. Oh shit. The wall's here.
Shit. By the way, my power is flickering a little, so if I suddenly go offline, it's just my power went
Okay,
out.
you got a storm or something going on?
Yeah, it's been raining, but I guess like a tree might have fell on a line somewhere because it's been kind of my uninterruptible power supply has been switching back and forth, and I ain't still no heals, dude.
Oh, there we go. We just pinged a med kit up there.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that didn't work out. Great. Try this again. Why would it send me that way?
Oh,
Come on. There we go. Oh, there's a couple heals in here.
shit.
I'm dropping this scout. Oh! No, stop shooting at me. Stop shooting at me. I'm just
I'm
running
coming.
for cover. I have enough health, so I survived it. I'm coming.
Oh, god damn it. Shield's broke on no, she's not there. Where the fuck is she? Right there.
Oh shit, I almost just burned myself.
I can't believe she survived that. She must have had purple shields. Oh no.
Just got scanned.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said I just got a scan. Nice.
Fuck, there's someone else. Oh my god, this is so painful.
There's 50 fucking people. Nade.
Yeah, grab the white shield real quick. I'm healing up.
Oh no. Oh, good kill. That fucker just walked up and bam.
Fuck, man.
What? Dude, that was kind of
Yeah,
laggy.
that fucked me up. God damn it. Disappointing.
Just one sec. Yeah, I don't know how I did as much damage as I did because I didn't remember. I don't think I had a kill. Oh, I had one kill. Okay, 603 damage, one kill. I don't like. I busted the shield on the person that downed me at the end, but that's all I did. Like I busted her. I felt like I hit her with a bunch of bullets, but it only busted her shield, and like I didn't even remember doing too much damage to anybody else. I don't. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you must have downed somebody sometime, somewhere.
Yeah. Or at least made him mad for a minute. Mechanic,
Yes.
you said you were an anime fan. What is a Gosu?
A
This kid's name is Gosu
I
Cataclysm.
don't know what a Gosu is. It's probably a there's some weird things in anime. There is Gosu, sounds like Goku, who was a character in Dragon Ball. He was like the main character in.
Maybe Gosu.
It might be like a. They also in the same anime they have a fusion technique, which is introduced like later on, where like two people can wear like this a set of special earrings.
Oh, is this fucker taking us where every other squad?
Yes,
oh my
that
God.
appears to be what's happening.
We're dead. Fucking.
I'm
meat.
glad everybody got to land first.
What are you going to do on the roof of this building, you dumb
Yeah.
fuck? There's 20 squads here.
Yep.
God, what a dumbass, dude.
I'm hoping to just sneak and grab a gun somewhere. Everything's fucking looted.
Yeah.
Everything is looted. God damn.
Yeah. This kid's an idiot.
Oh, I got a thermite grenade. And heavy bullets. And a helmet.
Okay, there's this kid's a
Yep.
fool. I'm not going to revive him. Not that there'd be.
Yeah,
point
no, I
in
don't know
reviving.
that we'd be able to.
There's no guns.
Alright.
Oh my god. What a fool.
Anything good in this box? No, I'll take the hammer point rounds. I got a bunch of attachments, so we'll see if I
Here's
can
a-
find a gun.
Oh,
Alright.
ooh, burning the shit out of
Nice.
that kid. Only for about 24 or something. Fucking dumbass.
Slowly picking gear up. Let's just get out of here. He left.
Good. Fuck him. I wonder if he noticed when I ignored him when I looked right at him. God, what a fucking dumbass,
Yeah.
dude. I just can't. I mean, I understand, like, you know, if you want some action, but when there are literally like 4 or 5 other squads that are not only going to the same place, but they all beat you there, and you land on a
Yeah.
roof? Are you fucking dumb? I mean, what are you going to go in there and punch 4 squads out?
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it's
doesn't
just fucking
doesn't make sense.
That blows my mind, dude. There, a gun. Wow, I can't believe we got out of
Me
there
neither.
alive, dude. I guess it was just all the confusion.
Yeah. Oh, I got a double tap. I didn't realize that. I also have hammer point rounds, but I don't think I should run double shotguns.
What have I got? Oh, I got the damn Peacekeeper with the choke.
Nice.
I'm gonna stick with this for my.
Oh, here, you want more ammo for it?
Sure, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, I got plenty now.
All right. Let's see what we can make happen.
Magic. So there's few.
Okay,
fusion
yeah,
modes
so
later.
there's-
Right.
They wear these special earrings and they do this weird dance, and then the two people, like at the end of the dance, like touch fingers, and then they fuse into one being. So it's like
Okay.
like
I
both people's abilities kind of thing.
Yeah, right.
So it's a bit strange. So that may be where that's from. It might be Goku and somebody else fuse, and then they become that. That's their name. I don't know. I don't recognize Gosu, but it's so close to Goku that I assume it's related.
I think it might be his lawyer brother.
Yeah. I mean, probably. I mean, there's some weird
I
shit.
just found out something about the
What's
game.
that?
You know, sometimes when you have an armor that's not quite full and you see a fresh armor on the ground, but it won't let you trade it.
Right.
That's because it's not really a fresh armor on the ground, because I just dropped, I was like, what the fuck, I was half a shield cell down, so I dropped my armor and picked up the other, and it was like 3/4 of a shield cell down. But if it's got more charge, it will let you pick it up, because then it let me just pick up my old one.
Okay.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just a bug or something.
Oh, can I use that? I can use that later, probably. Alright. Alright, so let's... I don't know. I don't know what to do. I guess... Well, this is already searched.
Yeah, you want just...
Yeah, let's-
whatever, yeah, like you
Let's
said. already
move,
searched.
start moving to the center. Look for some gunshots, I guess. I hear something.
Yeah, we might be able to kill
Gibraltar at the constructions.
some. Oh, yeah. Oh, you see it. Ultimate.
Is it across the street? Oh, there's somebody right there.
There's a dome right there. Yeah, I'm with you, Jeff. I'm following.
Going for the sneaky McSneakersons. Oh, where'd they go?
Yeah,
Well,
I
we're
hear
just-
them. I don't see them. I'm right underneath you and I don't see them. What the fuck? Oh, here, just jumped up on the fucking road.
Okay. How do we get up there?
Here's a dude.
Alright. Nice. Somebody zipping?
Where'd he
We just
Fucking
got
go.
scanned.
Give me my kill, bitch.
Gibraltar out here. Oh, and somebody else right there behind you. Fuck.
Oh, hell no. No, no, no.
Right here.
Oh, I wanted to go ahead and get my kill.
Yeah.
I figured I was about to be shot in the back. and
100% the right move.
killed. I hate getting robbed of a kill.
Yeah, well, you got 2 kills.
Man, that fucking choke on the Peacekeeper is badass. I don't have much practice with it, but
Yeah.
it's badass.
I mean, it can be used at pretty good range. The choke keeps the spread.
Yeah, didn't you tell me you did something?
I saw a video where somebody shot across the river on the old map. Like where containment is now, it used to be something else. And they had a YouTube video where they like explained like different attachments, and with the choke they were able to actually shoot across the river, and then they went over and looked at it, and it was still like a tight grouping from, I don't know, it was probably 30 or
Wow.
50 yards, and it was still like
like the
torso,
size of,
yeah.
players.
yeah, it was like the size of their torso.
Oh,
So
torso,
like
wow.
it would have hit, all the bullets could have hit the a person. It was impressive.
I didn't mean to pick Wraith that time. Yeah, that's very impressive. That really does the damage. I think I downed that Gibraltar in one shot. I'm not
And that's
sure.
very very satisfying. Doesn't rarely happens for me, but it's
Yeah.
nice
yeah.
when it does.
No doubt. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd turned around just to see if I could have took out the third dude, but I think somebody attacked him as soon as he killed me.
Here we go.
Don't give it up to Raw Raw.
No, we're going to home base.
Sounds good. Yeah, we got company going to the. I'm breaking off with y'all. They're going to the adjacent rooftop.
Alright, I had 2 people land with me up here for the same fucking bin.
I'm trying
I'm
to
running
get
away.
to it. Okay. I'm moving towards y'all. I got a P-22.
I just picked up a
Full form Voltron.
Voltron. Activate. Oh, let me grab this vest.
Oh, they're firing. They're aiming at us.
There you go.
What the
Just
fuck are they?
Spitfire or something. I don't know where those shots came from.
I don't either. It must have been through a window or some shit. They were just there. Oh, that's our dude. Went up the zip. Dude, I hear these fuckers. They're evading. Quit evading. Come get some. Okay, they're in here now. I think. Yep.
Oh, there's somebody
Got
else in there.
one. Yep. Broke the shield on this guy, but there's a guy up here. One is up here. One
Alright,
is
I'm
right
charging
there.
up and I'm gonna go up top.
This dude, the dude that's down here where I'm at, is healing up. He's getting his buddy up.
Alright, that robot's down. That was fucking crazy.
Right here.
Alright,
This dude got his buddy up, but his buddy's
Okay.
real weak. The robot is full strength. They're looting
alright,
the
I'm
box.
coming up.
Oh, they're done. They're done.
Didn't I just fucking kill you, robot? It must have been a different squad.
That was a different squad. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I shouldn't have ran back in there after that kid, I don't guess. I didn't really know where everybody was at and stuff. I guess I could have looked.
0 kills, so that robot didn't die. Damn it.
Ain't that a bitch when that happens?
Someone's probably gonna go finish him off, but because I'm dead, I'm not gonna get the credit for it.
Yeah, he'll get the kill. Yeah. I guess it gives them the kill if they finish him off and
Yep.
the squad's out.
Some bullshit.
Yeah. I wonder, I guess I've probably benefited from that before and not known it.
Oh, it's Turnpike.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, good deal. I thought I'd chosen Wraith again. I don't mind playing her that much, but I didn't mean to keep choosing her though. It's been raining all day here.
That sucks. When it's just non-stop. It's kind of like a sad day.
Non-stop rain.
No, not here, but we've had days like that. Not that long ago, and it sucks because it's. I'd rather have like a hard storm for a short period than just like some bullshit all day.
Yeah, Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it feels like it's raining all over the world. But, like the song says. But yeah, I hear you. I like the rain sometime, but sometime it'll ruin your day.
Yep. I mean, most days is okay. I mean, I don't really do much outside. Well, now that I got a job, I will be, so it'll be ruining my day more often, but
We got somebody
Alright.
with us. He ran
alright.
inside.
Oh, there's somebody back here.
Oh, I didn't want this Mozambique. Okay.
Nice.
See you, bitch.
I'm back to the lobby, nerd. Oh, he's got a nerd boyfriend right here.
That's pretty funny. Okay. I'm coming. I'm right behind you.
Where'd you go? It's a fast guy, so... Oh, there he is.
Damn. Hit him for 45.
Alright. Teammate just finished him.
Nice. Thought I heard somebody else.
Damn,
I
it's
might hear
nothing but
somebody
heavy
else.
guns in this fucking building. I don't have enough heavy ammo to support one gun. Let alone two. Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna pick up that Prowler because I got triple tape.
Um,
Prowler's better than a Mozambique.
yes, it is. I got a bunch of light ammo now, so if you need some, I got you.
Thank you.
Oh. Are you running heavy? Yeah, you have a Prowler, right?
Well, I'm actually picking up the alternator. I'm picking up the alternator, says Prowler.
Okay. So you're still running the triple tech. Okay. All right. They need light ammo too.
You can give, yeah, you can give him some. I've got,
Here,
yeah, don't
Here.
even throw out any more right now. They'll snatch it up.
come grab this. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. And that'll be plenty.
Bum, 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 bum.
Some heavy ammo in here.
Okay, I can use that. Gracias.
Thought that was him that just snatched it
Nah,
up.
he looked at it, but he didn't take it, which I can appreciate.
I could use some armor.
Yeah.
You want to go toward the, that city?
Yeah. Let's do some sky hooking. I'm down for some sky hooking. Oh, here's some energy and a charge rifle.
Yeah, I'm carrying enough now, thanks. Oh, got the choke for the triple tank.
Uh-oh. Kids better beware. About to choke kids
Yeah,
out.
man, I'm getting all. I don't usually get the choke when I get the triple take / peacekeeper.
Just light ammo with that 301s. I'm gonna check this.
Yeah. Do you want
Nah,
the 301?
I'm good. I got a 45. I ran with the 301 the last couple games and did not do me any favors.
Wasn't cutting it. I got enough light if you need any light.
Okay. Oh, we got people right here.
Okay. Oh no, no, no. I've got the default sights on this fucking thing. Oh god, he's gonna kill me.
What? I don't know. Oh, I don't know how to
God.
fudge. I missed
Oh,
this.
they're on the roof too.
Oh, they were engaged in a squad,
yeah,
I guess.
fucked up bad.
Well, that sucked. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave the match because there's no. There's no point in- Not like he's gonna come rescue us.
Your company's new open core plan was working great until your 3 o'clock slices of Hanover pretzel habit started. And now, you and
Here you go, Chips. Got a surprise for you, puppy. You ready, bud? There you go. Alright, I'm back. My bad. I stuffed the bone for the Chibs, so took a little bit longer than I expected. I'm back. Back and I'm.
Stuff the
Yeah,
bone?
man. I was like,
What do you mean? Like
I had sex with a bone, and now I give it to my dog. I no, put peanut butter on one end, seal it up, and then stick like some treats in it. Which the treats he doesn't really like, but I don't know. My girlfriend said she did it, and he enjoyed it. So put like milk bone style treats in it, and then seal off the other end. And it's like one of those like animal bone things that like. Back from the store, they have like cartilage and like bone marrow in them and stuff.
But like you can. Oh, wait. Are you saying they come hollow or they come?
They come with bone marrow, but then once they eat all the bone marrow out, we still use the bone, and we cover up.
Oh, the bone's not destroyed
Right.
at that.
They're able to just get it out.
Okay.
Yeah, and we seal both ends with some treats inside, and it gives them a couple minutes to try to figure it out and get all the goodies out of it.
Yeah, that's a neat idea.
But instead of doing that, my dog is just sadly looking out the window. So, okay, that's cool, I guess. What's up, buddy?
Is that Chibs or Opie you're
Chibs.
talking about?
He was like very. I don't know. When I was leaving, he was already laying by the door, and then didn't really want to move, and I kind of had to push him out of the way. And as soon as I walked out the door, he was like trying to follow me. I had to like push him back in the door, like with the door. So he doesn't want to be in here anymore.
Doesn't want to be in
Yeah,
your
he
room?
wants to be. I don't know. I guess free in the house. Maybe he wants to go to bed. I don't really know. But
You're just trying to like give them alternate until you put them together more. You're trying to give them alternate
Yes.
times in different parts of the
yeah,
house or whatever.
because Chibs is cranky, and we've already had like 2 fights. So until I'm sure that
Oh, yeah,
Chibs
yeah.
isn't gonna start a fight, we gotta do this bullshit.
I got somebody in this building with me, I think, or right on the street below me.
And
or
I think I
something.
got somebody in here with me as well.
they're
Let
in
me
the
just
building.
grab this. And grab.
I'm coming to you because I don't want to
Yeah,
get
there's
killed
nothing really in here. I'm coming.
over here with no.
I'll meet you. Ooh, there's something. Got an alternator. Okay.
Is Chibs a fairly young
Nah,
dog,
he's like 9. Oh, here you go.
or- okay.
and-
okay. Oh, do you
not
want
good.
the scout? Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah. He ain't gonna take no shit off no young upstarts.
Yeah, he's a bit old and grumpy at this point.
Dudes, open this door and move to the left. I
Okay.
think.
I'll peek out the left door.
I think he went over that wall. I'm
Okay.
telling you,
I knocked the
I'm
loop
not
thing
going-
out of the sky. It has red on it, so we can go to a vault.
Right behind you. Now they're in this fucking building.
Alright, we should go to a vault. Either by the train yard or
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's the better one.
Whatever you're feeling. Alright.
Because that has a bunch of bins outside it as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Leave those little poonanners that don't want to fight behind.
Poonanners. What is the best way? Oh, straight ahead. I guess it's that red apex sign. Is the entrance.
Yeah. I saw some little glimmer like in that village. I don't know if it was a person or just some kind of banner animation or whatever. You know,
Oh,
I
wait a
don't know.
minute. This looks
I don't-
red now. Oh, no. Okay. No, it still looks
Oh,
locked. Just looks red on the mini map.
Okay.
What would you say about the banner animation?
I said I saw some sort
Oh,
of
glimmer.
in the village to our left, but then I said I don't know if it was a banner animation or if it was, you know, a person.
Okay.
Ooh, take us to the
I want that. You can
vault.
have the gold bag.
Hell yeah. Yeah, purple
Yeah,
armor
that's you.
over there.
Yeah, I
Oh,
grabbed
you
the
got
gold
gold
armor.
armor. Okay.
Here, grab that gold bag.
Okay. Wait. Oh, hell yeah. Very nice. And we didn't even get our shit blown
Mhm,
away.
nope. Not today.
Man, we've got a real independent little fucker on our team. He's 2 miles away as soon as he fucking looted that shit. I don't want that 301 if you want it.
I guess I'll take that. Alright, I'm gonna check this bin over here.
Dude, this is I'm pretty well looted. Don't have any sights, but I got everything else pretty much. I'm sure we'll
I
find
guess
some.
we'll just. Oh, this was already looted out here.
Oh, this looted too.
Oh, here's a 2 to 4. Okay, you see.
Oh, just what I need.
Oh, dude, that dude just scared the shit out of me. He like dropped off the roof right in front of me.
He's got himself stuck on the door.
What an idiot.
He like kept trying to open it, but he was pushed up right against it, and he like tried 2 times to open it like that or something.
Come on, buddy. What are you doing? You're making us look bad. I don't think we got our.
He's the dude trying to put the square peg in the round hole.
Yes, he is. Sure, I could use some energy. I realize I only have 37 extra bullets. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Dude, I don't guess I realized how massive this fucking site was. What is this? The
Yeah.
Kaiser? There are 1 million buildings in this thing.
Yeah, I've been here a handful of times, but not. No, I'm usually fighting when I'm here. I think
I think I've been here before. I guess I just didn't notice.
Yeah, I think there's a clip of us fighting over some buildings that I posted on social media. Oh, they.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh,
Okay.
I was just saying. I know I've been here at the end of a game before with just randoms.
Yeah, I just realized they changed the charge rifle, and you can't put an extended clip on it anymore. So
Oh, okay.
it's got 12 rounds in it, which maybe they've increased that.
Somebody's firing.
Yeah, they're up there. Hit them for 42. Broke their shield.
He went through a portal.
Oh, knock that dude.
I I hit another one for about 100.
Yeah, I hit
something.
one person for
A little bit over
92,
100.
and I knocked them. There's somebody
Yep.
knocked up there. Nice.
Got
good
one guy
shit.
down.
Alright, I'm pushing the guys up on the cliff.
Alright.
What? Our buddy went down from where? The fuck are you doing over there?
Yeah. Oh, where you is? Okay,
Fuck.
I'm coming.
He downed me, but I can get myself up.
Oh hell. Okay. I'm gonna drop down then. I'm recharging. I'm trying to guard you.
He's here. That's gonna kill
Oh
me.
shit.
Oh no, it didn't. Nice.
He's a dead man.
Nice. Oh, his teammate's here. What?
Oh no!
Then who did I down?
She got me.
Maybe she had a gold
Yeah.
knockdown or something.
Oh, probably. I gotta pee now. I'll be right back.
That sucked. Bam, 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 bam. Grab my pencils. Bam 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 bam. So let's do this and do that.
I'm back. Man, this sickness is the weirdest thing, dude. I've got like a fever of like 99.8, the thermometer says, and like, I'm taking antibiotics, and I really don't feel that bad. It's just, that's strange.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you how you're feeling.
I mean, that's not all that much of a fever, but
I was gonna
Say
ask you
what?
how you're feeling, how the medicine's working.
yeah, I feel pretty good.
I know you never really felt bad, but
Yeah, but the day I went to get the medicine, I was starting to feel a little worse, maybe.
okay.
Not, but I think it's helping. I just wish it'd go away. These are supposedly some pretty strong antibiotics. I've still got a bunch of them to go. though.
Yeah. Yeah, antibiotics are one of those things that I always forget to finish because it's like, oh, I feel better and it's just not on my mind anymore. But, like, you have to finish them or you make super bugs and then kill
Yeah.
the whole world.
I try my best to finish them, even though I rarely always take all of them like perfectly on time, you know,
Right.
12 hours or whatever. If they're that kind, you know. But yeah, I try to finish them within the 10 days or whatnot.
Did you just give that up to me or is that 28 the beers?
It was the bear.
I'll give it to you
yeah.
then.
Okay.
Make me proud.
Yeah, we'll go over there. I mean, not at the Rock, but. Oh, that's not a rock. It's a fucking building. Yeah, I guess we can land here.
I gotta select fire. If they need that weird shit.
I don't have anything
Okay.
for it.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, hello.
How does he have like 50 gas traps
Because
out?
she's cheating. Now you can put up to 6, I think. And then after that it starts to...
Oh, you just gotta wait for the recharge
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, yes, please. No. There's a bag. One of you needs a bag. I don't know who.
Oh yeah, probably. Where's it at?
It's up here on the floor.
Oh, I was following him. Thanks.
See?
I mean, I was looking at him thinking it was you.
See, senor?
Is that a drone or a cargo bot?
I don't know. Sounds like a drone. Yep.
Drone.
Okay. There's a
Said drone detected.
there's a G7 Scout here. Here, I got a barrel stabilizer for you if you need it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that drone is way in the sky. Oh no, it's right above us now. Yeah, people are coming in.
From where?
I don't know. I just hear this footsteps.
Oh, being shot from the other building?
Ah, damn, I got no sights. Sounds like they're above us.
Okay. Shit, I thought I... Oh, wait, here I do. You have a scout, right?
They don't. No, I got a Spitfire.
Oh, I got a
alternator.
3X if you want it.
Just you can just
Okay.
keep it.
They
Are they
must be,
fighting
because
somebody
we're
else?
all up here
I'm jumping
pooing
up.
our pants.
Oh, they're on the roof. Okay.
The drone must be.
Where the fuck
Oh, there's
are
the
they?
drone.
Nice, good shot. I do not know what the fuck is going on. Where are they at? Where are they firing?
Me neither.
Dude, what the fuck? Where are they? I want a piece of this. I just.
They gotta be on a,
Gosh.
somewhere below us.
It's like right next to us.
I'm gonna drop down and take a look.
Alright, I'm
Oh, they're right here?
coming behind
Oh,
you. Okay.
oh!
Got one
Nice,
down.
I can't see shit through this. Yeah, I'm coming up with you.
I threw a frag.
Oh,
I'm one floor up.
teammate's down there. I'm back down with him.
Okay, I'm about to. Alright. Here's a dude in the middle. Over here now.
Okay. Up, they're getting somebody up.
No, they're not.
Ah, not today, Satan.
That's right. Hell to the yeah.
Oh, I think that battery. Guess I'm gonna commit to what I got. Yeah, I'm gonna commit, so I'm gonna drop that. I got a level 2 barrel stabilizer if you need it.
No, you.
Well, I don't
you
have
take
anything to put it on.
Or you saying you got a spare? Yeah, I'll take it. Nice.
I was gonna.
Hey, good start.
Yes,
good
sir.
Start.
Oh, there's a gold box over here. Oh, it's got a turbocharger. Yeah, I'll take that shit.
I'm just looking. Very nice.
Put that on my Havoc with my 229 shots.
Do you still? Are you using that 3x?
Yeah, but if you want it, I can. I was actually just looking to swap it.
No,
take it.
no.
Take it.
I was just
Take it.
wondering if. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to drop my gun for the wingman. Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, that's your. Hey, I picked up your blue barrel station.
Yeah,
No, you
that's
gave that
yours.
to me, Kurt.
Sure, I don't want that shit.
I appreciate the side. I just needed something to shoot long range
Yep.
with. Man, it feels like on the Spitfire that it really zooms in, but I think it's just because it looks big and chunky, I guess, when you aim down
Yeah.
sight with it.
Oops, somebody's zipping somewhere. Somebody's going to our roof, I think.
Yeah, I think they zipped to the roof.
I jumped off too early, like a dummy.
I think they're below us. I think they're 1 or 2 floors below us.
Okay. Yep, they just set off his trap on the first floor.
Okay. Yep. One down. Where are these fuckers? Oh, goddamn! God damn
Oh
it! I
man,
couldn't
this
see him.
makes me
Right there.
scared. Alright, I've just burned somebody and broke their shield.
He's right
Yep,
on
I can't
me.
climb this. There we go. What? What?
Yeah,
That was fucking crazy.
I was blinded. I was blinded and staggered by our friend's
Mhm.
gas, and I was looking through the smoke trying to find the fucking enemy, and then I got shot in the side and I was staggered, so I couldn't run. That's the only drawback to a damn
Yeah.
Caustic, man, is it staggers. That's so fucking stupid. It staggers your own
Yeah.
teammates.
Yeah.
We would have kicked those kids' asses.
Yep. Definitely would have, but yeah, I couldn't see shit.
I don't understand how they were somehow okay. Well, that one kid wasn't in the gas. That was cool though. We had some good battles in that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that was fun. I just wish I would have walked away with a kill. But I guess beggars can't be choosers. If I want to have fun,
Yeah.
can't necessarily be getting kills either. So I'll take what I can get. I need 5 headshots of crypto.
They shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so here's Charmin voice and sing about it. Charmin Super Mega Roll is 6 regular rolls in one. Enjoy
follow me. I'm the jump master. Where is the? I gotta do stuff at the drill site, which is probably not gonna be a hot drop. But I gotta get Knox there, so hopefully.
All right.
Oh, we got a squad. At least 2 people landed over there.
I do hear that.
Yeah, it sounded like you guys playing.
Okay.
What?
It sounded like Opie knocking into the wall is what I heard. Like 3 minutes ago.
Oh, right here too. The same squad.
Okay.
I'm sure, but I got
Okay, yeah, I
five.
see him. I see
I
him.
mean, I'm going to fight.
See a fast guy running up the steps.
Damn, I lost track of somebody I was after there.
Fucker. Missed my shots.
Where'd he fucking go? Damn, I think I hear him. I don't know, maybe it's just us.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go, Birdman?
I'm gonna throw my drone out real quick.
Okay, yeah, dude, zipping back to the building.
Okay. Oh, he's on the roof. He's on the roof coming for me.
Oh shit, somebody else is down here. Got
Oh, there's
one
2
down
up here. Teammates punching. I don't know what he's doing. Doing some kung fu. So he downed 1, and there is a caustic up here.
I'm trying to. I'm coming. Yeah, ping him if you can.
Nice. Nice.
Good deal.
Go team. Yo, Beely 21 Hob, you just gonna run past me to fucking loot, you jerk off?
Yeah, he saw me go into the box of the enemy I happened to be the one that killed. I mean, I know he did most of the work, but
I mean, who
Still.
cares? I did most of the work to the first guy that he fucking downed.
yeah, it's like suck it, suck
Yeah,
it,
like I.
suck it.
I'm chasing him to his building. I'm gonna steal all the stuff I can. Oh, there's a Phoenix kit. I'll take that first.
You just get a purple backpack, just for the express
Oh,
purpose of
he got a
smashing
fucking blue
shit.
backpack. Damn it, he got there.
You don't need a
No, I'm
choke, do
good.
you?
Thank you. He got there 2 seconds before
Yeah,
me.
double tap.
I'll take the double tap for later, maybe.
Yeah. Let me. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Thank you. Oh shit! I'm gonna take this actually. Oh, I have a choke. You asked me if I need a choke, right? So you don't need a choke.
Okay. You got any
Yeah,
heals?
just a Phoenix kit.
Or you want to go towards train yard or Skyhook? I'm kind of doubting the circle.
Oh, there's people right here.
Skyhook, maybe.
I just saw out of the
Okay.
corner of my eye when I was looking at the map.
Okay, I'm with you. shit,
I'm gonna throw my. They're
they
in the
run around
building,
the
I think. I'm bringing my drone.
Okay.
Oh, and there's somebody else right here.
Yeah, they are in the building.
So it's probably he's a third to the squad.
Okay, yeah.
Oh shit! There's more people over here.
Shit. Oh, damn. So this is two
Yeah.
squads on us.
And I don't have any more heals.
I've heard this.
Good thing my accuracy doesn't fucking blow.
She's right behind this.
Fuck, man.
Ooh. I think her buddies were there by that time, and when our teammate went to get her too, he got fucked up.
It sucks. Another game with no kills, man. It's hurting my feelings.
Yeah, man, but I mean, you've got a lot of downs. Just, you know, their buddies are there or whatever. Fucking Grim having a good time.
I know,
with
like, who
pals
does he think he is?
Instead of here helping us murder.
Yeah, thinks he can just go out on a Friday night.
Drinks with work.
Yeah, they sound made up.
Building camaraderie. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
fake as fuck, Grim.
Like, if you just want to go out to the bar by yourself, just tell us that, bro. You don't gotta make stories
Yeah.
up.
It's a, yeah, you got a lot of kicking. Having a damn flare exchange party.
Yeah.
at the bar.
My orientation, the guy was like, just kept referencing movies, which I appreciate it. There's a bunch of Office Space references, because we got to a part of the policy where like can't wear like your own pins and stuff. Like they every couple months they do like their own whatever, like a drive for like juvenile cancer or whatever, and they'll give you the pins to wear for that. So
okay.
you can't wear your own. And I'm like, okay, so like I can't wear like my my own support whatever politician pin. He's like, yeah, this isn't a. I forget what he said, but he's like, yeah,
Can't wear
my
your walk-in.
support whatever politician pin. I mean, I didn't want to say like support Donald Trump pin, or support whatever, because I didn't know what side of the fence he's on. I didn't want to offend him first day on the job, so I just said, yeah, I can't wear my
Right, so
support whatever politician pin. He's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, this isn't TGI Friday. He's like, you don't need your 47 pieces of flair. I was like, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that he was making references and stuff. It seems like he might be a cool
Yeah, I mean,
man.
I spent like 4 hours with him today, and then the interview, and anytime I talk to him on the phone, he seems like a decent dude. He actually kind of looks like, I think it's Kieran Culkin, Macaulay Culkin's brother. I just saw him.
Okay, yeah, I know I've seen him.
Yeah,
can't
I would have
place
never even thought about him, except I just saw him in a show recently, and that's what made me, when I saw him, like, yeah, he looks familiar. And when I was trying to describe him to my girlfriend, she's like, oh yeah, he kind of looks like Kieran Culkin. I'm like, she's like, that's the guy from the, I can't even think of the name of the show. But it's a show about like a rich guy who like has a company that he's like gonna leave to like his one son, and then like things happen and he doesn't. But it's about like what they do after that to like keep the company in their hands and not go to like shareholder or go to like the board, stuff like that.
Oh, is it that? Billions?
No, it's begins with maybe it's Succession or something like that.
Okay.
So we've only watched like the first 2 episodes, but Kieran Culkin is in that, and that's what made. So my girlfriend said, "Yeah, is it Kieran Culkin?" I'm like, "I don't know what he looks like." She's like, "Yeah, he's the guy from that show Successions or whatever." I'm like, "Oh yes, it 100% looks like him." Like, it's not like identical. Like, oh yeah, that's definitely. I would mistake them on the street, but it's like.
Kieran Culkin. I'm looking up Kieran Culkin to see what he looks
He
like.
looks enough like Macaulay that
God damn it.
you definitely put it together that they're related.
According to Wikipedia, Kieran Kyle Culkin is an American.
Oh yeah, he looks like him in the eyes. Damn, he kind of looks like him. If you see the photos of him when with both of them younger side by side, they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got his own look for sure. He reminds me of somebody else too, but I don't
I'm
know.
telling you, it's my manager Tom.
Some other
He
actor.
reminds you of my manager Tom.
That's funny, dude. That's hilarious. Oh, maybe he reminds me of the dude Daniel, what's his name or whatever that plays Harry Potter in the eyes. a little bit, too.
Radcliffe. Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah.
Alright, there's a bunch of light ammo up here.
Oh, I just realized I don't need any light right now. I'm energy heavy. Double
Oh
tap, you
yeah,
want it?
here you need heavy. Take this.
Yeah. Oh wait, where you at? Okay, here's the double
Yeah,
tap.
I'll take that. I'll swap out my wingman for this alternator. And then I will grab a scout when we see one. But yeah, I was appreciating it. The movie references and just the bullshitting today, because like he was having a hard time because it's his. I'm like the third employee he's had to put through like on the this system, the new system they're using, and he is as lost as you can imagine. So like, yeah, so it's kind of funny.
Every time is a learning experience.
Yeah.
Every time he's got to do it.
Yeah, and he's like, wait a minute. So like, why are you in the system? You're in the on, because he's like, you're in like a phase where it's like you're not quite a pre-hire, but you're in the onboarding session. So he's like, so you're like in the middle, and I can't find the directions to like see what I have to do next. And he has like he printed out like 32 pages or something. So he's like, and this looks like too many pages.
Oh, shit.
He's like, so I don't know. There's blue
It's just your picture.
blue
over
body
and over.
armor over here
It's like,
next to that.
oh, dope.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. He's like, it's like the IKEA directions when they're in Swedish, and I just don't know where to go. So it was entertaining. Oh, are you here?
It's pretty
There's a
funny.
med kit back here and some syringes all around.
Oh, thanks. He's like, this is an opportunity to grow.
Yeah.
And he like picks up the computer and smashes it on the fucking
I mean,
ground.
he was about at that point a couple times. But
Yeah.
we were having a good time about it.
Shit. Yeah.
Damn, there's heels at the ass in this building.
This kid is going on a fucking odyssey about 200 yards away from us here.
Yeah, well, he thinks he's
I'm
Apex's
full.
God's gift to Apex. So,
Yeah. Oh heck, now we need to follow him. I mean, at least go.
oh,
in that
there's another
direction.
blue armor here, but he's too
We're
fucking
done with
far. jerk off.
Yeah, maybe he'll turn back for that shit. That'll teach you.
I'm looking for a scout. I
Yeah.
don't see a scout anywhere.
I don't know if I've seen a scout all match.
We check this building. There's a flat line, which is nice.
He's coming back now for that body shield.
There's another flat line. There's health. There's another med kit up here.
I might can stack it, I don't know. Oh, there's my choke for the triple take. Yeah.
Carrying this double tap around. Maybe I should just drop it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on this. Here, I'm dropping a bunch of attachments. Blue barrel stabilizer, blue standard stock if you can use
okay.
it.
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna chunk us a zip line.
Okay, I'm just gonna make sure I get all the energy out of this building. Alright.
Wow, it's not letting me make a cool one. Be cool, game. Be fucking game.
That'll do. That'll do, Zero. That'll do. I know he's back there shooting cargo box and shit. Oh, he's got a vault key. There should be a vault right over there.
I wonder if he'll notice that's a vault.
Or tell us no if it's no good or something. Confirm it. Tell us no. Do something, bro.
It'd be cool if they did the vault key. Well, I guess it's best the way it is. I thought it'd be cool if anybody could open the vault once you picked up the vault key.
Well,
But I guess it's more strategy to only have one person, you know, like more of a
right.
challenge.
I mean, you pick up your teammate's banner. You can anybody can res.
Oh, I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, you
Okay.
can't get through there.
You can't go through the mountain.
All right. I think we go south.
Either way, I'm not sure which
I think
way.
south is the best way.
Yeah.
I hope the vault isn't open. I hope he's smart enough to look and tell us.
Yeah, maybe he would have. Shit, yeah, I don't know how to communicate it. I don't know how he could communicate it other than saying no
Right.
to it.
And he hasn't said no, and it seems like he's running with us. Like he knows what's happening.
Yeah, I guess. That building's been looted to my left.
Okay. I seize it.
People here. Got one.
Hit one for 84. So somebody.
Hit him for some more.
Okay.
I think I broke a shield too. Oh, they're getting their buddy up. He's got a grenade. Yeah, one more behind that one. Oh, well. Yep. One more behind that one. You burnt him twice. Oh, you shouldn't be getting me up.
Oh, what? Fuck.
Oh, hell no. Oh, if our squad mate hadn't tried to get me up, we'd be alive right now. He started getting me up in the middle of that battle, and that was fucking
Yeah,
wrong
maybe he
move.
thought the grenade
I
was
appreciate the thought.
good enough to hold them back.
Yeah, maybe so, yeah.
But I actually downed 2 people there, so I feel like I'm warming
Yeah.
up.
And I downed one, so probably you downed him, and then the other guy. They got the one that I downed
That-
up, and you
yeah.
probably downed him and the other guy. And then I don't know where that fucking. I don't know what happened then. I guess the third guy came in. It was some
Yeah, I
bullshit.
downed a
The dude shoulda
Octane
known
that was
better.
shielding up was the first one, and then I downed a Lifeline that I should have known because you said that our teammate was getting you up, and then all of a sudden there was somebody to my right, which I figured that wouldn't happen because our teammate's there. But then it clicked after the fact that like you said our teammate was getting you up, so he wasn't shooting. So
Yeah, I know. Especially when you're in the middle of a firefight.
and you might have already been down at that point. I don't know, but just didn't click.
Oh, it was
when I was being shot on the right, and I thought like, well, I figured I wouldn't be getting shot because I thought our teammate was there, even though you had already said that our teammate decided to get you up. And then when I was being shot, our teammate might have already been down at that point. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he tried to get me up long enough to get hurt, and then he probably died like right after that. Yeah, we would have won that encounter too because we were kicking those kids'
Yeah.
ass. Hey, how about you quit pinging different spots, you little fuck? How about that?
How about you quit being a little bitch and pinging all these goddamn spots, bitch? Did I say bitch?
It's like you ping a spot, and I'm like, okay, and you're like, oh, let's ping something slightly further out.
It's like, oh, I got him to say okay to that. Can I get him to say okay to this? He's like really trying to just lead you out to somewhere super far.
Yeah, is he going to actually land over in the fucking countryside there instead of next to the buildings with the guns in them?
Yeah, he's gonna land in the over there on the fucking in the hills.
BFE.
And I got too much shit. Alright, so let's do this. I'll drop this shotgun shit. There we go.
Oh, I hear somebody. Oh, that fool really did land out in the middle of
Oh
nowhere.
god.
Fucking dumbass.
Yep, they're looting downstairs of your building, I think.
God damn.
Oh, behind you?
Moron. I hit him a couple of times. He's running up the stairs. He's right up the stairs at the top. He just moved. He just moved somewhere.
What? So where's our buddy?
He's 2 miles away. Let's just fucking quit the game.
Alright.
I mean,
No,
we don't
I'm
have
leaving.
to if
Fuck
you
them.
wanna.
Fuck him. I'm out.
What a little bastard, dude. Why would you land out in the middle of nowhere? That's fucking
Yeah.
stupid. I mean, the city's full of guns there. I mean, I was geared except for armor, and wow, fucking little kids playing. I think, man, either that or people with baby minds or something. I don't
It's
know.
definitely the baby mines.
They're when it comes to Pinky and the brain. they're Pinky.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though the brain always screws shit up, but at least he's a deep thinker.
Yeah. We'll do the same thing we do every night, Pinky. What's that? Try to take over the world.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the Animaniacs, but I did like Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah, well, that's me too. That was really the segment I liked.
Bum, 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 bum.
Honest vibes. Damn, where are people going to?
Hey, baby,
What's up, babe?
I texted you. There's a Borderlands Halloween event.
Oh, is there?
It's a new map. So we gotta get to Sanctuary and then it'll unlock.
Okay.
I texted you about it.
Okay.
So maybe Sunday we do that.
Well, it's Sunday I'm working, but what about tomorrow?
Okay.
Okay. We'll do it tomorrow.
I was also thinking I should probably go see Sam Crazy. Maybe I'll do that when we're working.
Okay.
I'm an asshole. It's been like 6 weeks.
No, it's alright. I don't think she's really a great person, so it's fine.
Yeah. Anthony is how my baby's doing.
Right, exactly. About to be down too.
I'm with you.
She's in the elevator.
She ran up.
It was not a good start to this shit. She just set traps up there, I think.
Oh, somebody hit the door. Got him. Fuck. You got two.
Look at you go, bro.
Punch you out.
Good shit, thank you.
Take out their whole squad with panic fire if they're not careful.
Oh, they're here. Fuck.
Where'd this fool crawl to?
There's a wraith in there.
Fuck.
Damn it.
Oh, another one bites the dust. Woo! Oh, almost had her too. Oh shit. Oh shit. I got a lucky hip fire headshot on that wraith as I was juking around her there.
Nice.
I had two of them down and I almost got her. Damn, that would have been sweet.
Yeah, I saw her come in. I tried to get out of the box and pull up the Peacekeeper, but I just couldn't do it quick enough.
I don't think I've ever done that kind of damage with the scout in like one battle, or at least not the first battle. I mean, shit. That's
Yeah, I mean,
hilarious.
that's a lot of damage coming from that scout. They're like 500.
Yeah, I must have been getting some headshots or something. I'm really surprised. That's probably the best I've ever done with the scout in you know, a short time. You know? And I was kind of panic firing too. I mean, it was probably a little luck.
I mean, don't sell yourself short. It's all skill.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes you just think you're panicking, but really it's that
Your instincts are taking over, yeah.
developed skills. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's why they train the military as much as they do. So, they don't have to think. It's just second nature.
Right, right.
Come in with that scout and you just fucking rape faces with it.
It's the
Yeah.
fake rifle. to stand up. Been in that chair forever.
Yeah. I'm about at standing up time. Oh, giving me jump master. Let's see what I can do.
Yeah, I'm sick of that shit.
You know what? We'll do a train yard for Grim. In loving
Okay,
memory
yeah,
of Grim.
yeah.
What? How the hell did I? Okay. Not paying attention to how I became Gibraltar.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to do that.
I love it when they give me a Eva up here. Like,
Yeah. Ain't that a bitch?
that clearly is not going to be doing me much. And a purple shotgun bolt. And a Mozambique.
Wow, that's sucky. I'm looking for the enemies down here. Oh, there's two guys right where I'm.
Alright, I'm hitting this tall building.
I've almost killed this
Alright,
Watson.
I'm on my way.
Oh no way, dude. Oh, he's got 99. Yeah. Here's one.
Oh shit, I shot the wrong one. I got a kill though.
Nice. Back, slide into that bitch.
Slid right into her DMs. Alright, nice. He's heading to the beacon. I need some heals though. There we go, heals. Alright, I left the Spitfire and a oh shit, somebody shooting at a teammate?
No, he's shooting at
Okay.
drone. I mean, cargo bot.
So one of those boxes had a Spitfire and some heavy ammo in it.
Okay.
Oh, I guess he got a vault key. Who got the key? I got the key.
Nice,
Who
okay.
got the key? I got the key.
That's pretty funny. Get it, Joe?
Okay, you take.
I'll take your blue.
No, you take it.
Okay.
You've earned it.
What's it? Is it Ram that gives
No, monkey.
Oh, okay. Give up the armor. There's a sniper's level 1
I'll
sniper.
take it for now.
Ooh, man, you stand real close to the screen. It feels weird. Had to back it up a little.
Yeah, I need to figure out something with for my camera and the mic, so I can make them in a comfortable position when I stand, or something that's easy to switch to. Oh, that fucking took all my shields.
One down.
I don't have any shields. I just got. I gotta. I'll just take his shield for now. Damn. Look at you, bro.
Oh, hold on.
I got you covered.
heard an enemy. That was you. He only took one bullet when I hit him, so you or him had already fucked him up.
That'd be him. Oh, I dropped my blue shield in there already. Let me grab that shit back. It's probably more shield cells than I need.
Yeah, I'm taking a couple of cells.
Oh shit.
Shit. More dudes in the hood. One down. I'm down. They might be getting their
Here,
buddy
come
up,
in
I
here.
don't know. Oh, here's an enemy in here. Oh no, dude, don't do that. Oh, that was you. Okay. Yeah, there's.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't realize that guy was still up when you said that. I saw him, but he was crouched. I thought he was
that
down.
Was our dude. I thought that was our dude doing that.
Shit, the wall's coming. Alright, it's level. What?
Oh shit. Oh, good try. Good try. Oh, a dude just ran behind the fucking trailer there. I don't know if that's an enemy or our dude. I think
No, it's an
our
enemy.
dude.
Fuck.
Oh
Fuck.
yeah.
Teammate ran away from us.
Oh, good try. Was
Yeah.
that the Eva?
Let's get him up, bro. Not today, Satan.
Nice. No, not that one. Damn. I hope he sees the correct fucking revive spot
Yeah, I would
there.
hope so. It's on his mini map. Yeah, just take whatever you need. Get it all. I don't know if I had anything that would benefit him, but I can't get back to it anyways.
Yeah, that's too bad. It's just a little way in the storm, but I don't know if we got enough help.
I think I had a med kit in mine, but see, I don't know if he left it in there or not. Oh, boo.
Yeah, I had heals on my boss. Heck, we might could make it. If he hurries up. I think I might risk it. Shit.
I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Risk it for the biscuit. Come on, dropship. Hurry the heck up.
It's gonna suck if I go back to my bin and he took all the heals out of it.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably doing a foolish thing here.
Oh shit, yeah, we got 20 seconds. I'm not gonna go for it. You're further than I am.
I'm getting
Yeah,
some
just
other shit. Oh,
Grab
shit,
it, grab
that's your
everything,
shit.
grab everything you can. I'm not coming for it.
Okay.
You got 3 seconds. It's gonna start hurting a bit more.
I'm almost there. Okay. I'm 52, 55%.
Alright, I'm gonna go
on
up this way, I
zipline.
think. To the left.
Alright. Have they slowed the ring down?
Oh,
Did you get faster each
yeah,
time?
I don't know.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. God
Just
damn.
one bitch sitting in a corner.
crawling toward the ring. Zip
Okay.
line there.
Oh shit! I went down. Fuck.
Just crawl to the ring.
Yeah,
You're right
I
next
was-
to it.
Being too fucking greedy. I'm coming to the ring, bro. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, okay. I thought you turned into a box.
Yeah,
somehow.
okay, cool.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I need any kind of heavy or
I
light
did pick
ammo.
up some of both. I was just trying to pick up everything I could.
I can use either one. Oh, never mind. I've got enough heavy now.
Okay,
There's
there.
a Spitfire.
Oh, actually, I'm double. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'll just do that. Sweet. I'll just switch to Spit. I was gonna be like, I need that because I'm double light, but actually, you just said there's a Spitfire in the ground.
You
No,
have
I'm
the
good.
light back if you'd rather
Nope.
have the double light.
I'm.
There's
I'm
more
good
heavy.
on heavy.
Here's more light.
Okay. There's a 2x optics if anybody's into that shit. Oh, I'll take that.
Yeah, pop on it.
Fuck, wrong thing. I got a double tap also, and I just dropped a purple sniper stock if you need it.
I got a 99
Okay.
hemlock. Thank you.
Okay, alright. Gonna win this. And I have 2 kills, so I'm okay
Win
with
it.
that.
Win, no matter what.
Put your hands up so I can shoot your fucking face off.
Oh, way over there. Shit. Dude, he's sniping at him. He must have a real sniper scope.
Not one of the fake ass sniper scopes I got.
Yeah, one of those pussy knockoff plastic sniper scopes.
One of those Knipe Air scopes.
Oh, one of them's running down. Oh, they're coming toward us. They're coming toward us. Okay. They have to, I guess. Yep.
Oh, I don't have any more shields. What are we doing? Dumb move, Joe. Dumb move.
Got one down. I don't know if this is even part of that squad or not.
Alright, I'm using this Phoenix kit just to get this.
Get it.
Oh shit, you're inside?
Oh, fuck. This guy got
Fuck.
me with a peacekeeper.
Alright, I'm coming.
He's hurt bad. He's hurt bad. He's trying to
Alright,
pop
I'm
a
coming. I
Phoenix
didn't
kit.
realize you were inside.
He's trying to kill me. You can come
On the
fuck him
way.
up. Yeah, right around the corner.
Bitch.
One more. Yeah, son.
Yep.
Did you just kill him? Hell yeah. I'll get this dude up.
Okay.
Ooh, I hope one fucker's got heals. One of them's got a Phoenix kit, I think.
Yeah, I just picked up a med kit that I can drop for you. There's nothing.
Oh, hey, I got some shit out of this one.
So there is, yeah, a bunch of heavy, light, there's that.
Shit.
Everybody,
More dudes.
the shield cell's there. Our teammate needs shields. Why does he not have his shields up?
Shield's full.
Okay, he's shielding up now.
Okay.
Alright, we got this.
Alright, alright. Where's it at? Where's it at?
Oh, there, and there's someone more to the
Yeah,
northeast.
get in. Yeah, come on, Void. Get
Yeah.
inside. Get inside with the cool kids in the clubhouse, motherfucker.
Come join the clubhouse, bro. I got a Spitfire with my.
I got no
2X?
range.
I think there was a 3X
I can't effectively hit those
somewhere. There's a 6X.
kids. I got no sniper rifle. But oh shit, we gotta go to. Oh, God damn it! I didn't see I thought we had the circle. I'll send us.
There's a
zip
2X
line.
there if you want. Oh, there's a scout here. Do you want the scout?
Shit. No,
Oh,
we gotta
okay.
move in just a minute. Thank you though.
Alright, I just swapped to the scout. I'm coming. Right here, do you need heavy bullets? I'm dropping my heavy because I'm double light now.
Thanks. God damn, I don't know what to do, dude. Except throw a zip line and hope for the best or something. Hold it. Don't run out the door. Don't run out the door. I'll throw a zip. Oh, god damn, it won't let me. Fuck it. Storming the fucking battlements.
Hit him for 11, he's got gold armor.
Oh no, oh no, oh no! Kids on
Yep.
that roof and running in the opposite door. I'm jumping off, I'm jumping off. If you get a minute, I'm down on the
Oh,
ground.
fuck, I was trying to come down to you. Oh my god.
Oh no.
And I hit a
what the
fucking
fuck?
jump pad? Jesus Christ, this is mayhem. Where's the other squad at?
Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, that other squad is a one dude that just ran off toward the fucking where you were at.
Damn.
Ooh, that was a rough spot to
Yeah.
be in, man. Let's see what Fallen Void does. Oh no. Good try, bud. Yeah, fool him. Fake him out. Fake him out.
You're clearly in the line of fire. What are you doing?
Yeah, you're clearly in the line of fire.
He got 7, 4, 3. Not bad. You almost got 1,000 damage. It's good shit.
Wow. He almost got 2,000 damage.
Yeah, but he's a pussy, so. Alright.
Dude, give me just a second. Oh, there it is. I dropped the thumbtack on the floor. and I was wanting to
Before
find
you-
it before I
Yeah.
found it with my foot.
Alright, I'm gonna ready up and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, I guess I will too.
Alright, I'm back. Were you waiting for me to get back to ready up? Or are you taking a break as well?
Hey, just 1 second. I'm trying to get a little ice cream out of the container here, and it's frozen really hard.
With more than 450,000 podcasts on Spotify, you're only ever a tap away from your new favorite show. From chill and true crime to the hottest takes in news, pop culture, and sports, there's something for everyone. Tap the banner to start listening now.
Oh, are you back? I'm back when you are.
Come on, Chips. Come on. You wanna go see mommy? Go to mom. There you go. No, we're going in here. There you go. For my buggy, I'm just running for my buggy. My bad. So that turned into a dog swap as well. So
Yeah, no problem. I was eating a little ice cream.
Living the dream over there.
Oh yeah.
Don't be jealous of my boogie. Jealous of my boogie. That's what I want to listen to.
You have you have Mayfield brand. I think?
Not that I'm aware of. Never heard of it. So.
They're just it's probably a southern thing. I think it started in Tennessee or something, but they're a big brand in the South. But anyway, they make these, you know, your typical like ice cream cones with chocolate coating
Okay,
like drumsticks
right.
or something, you know. But I just saw the other day, I rarely get ice cream, but like they had ice cream flavored like that with pieces of cone and chocolate in it. It's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, there is a Ben and Jerry's flavor that's got it's like waffle. It's got waffle cone in it, some chocolate covered. Maybe it's chocolate covered waffle cone, and like a little bit of caramel or something. It's Americone Dream from
Oh, that'd be good. Oh yeah,
what's his
I've
name?
seen that. I've never tried it.
But yeah, so you've seen it, so it's really, really good. Even like knockoff, like if you
Oh, it's
find
not
like a
comparable.
store brand that's got like the similar stuff in it, it's always good.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds delish.
Yeah, highly recommend it. Oh, Opie, you fucking farting already? Are you kidding me, dog? Literally been like, I don't know, 45 seconds and he smells like shit already.
Don't want him to chew your monitor cables in half. Don't want him to fart and make the room smell
I know,
like
I'm
an
just
ass.
asking too much.
But yeah, I mean,
Nah, you're in here. Eat the peanut butter bone thing.
you can take that longbow if you
Nah,
want.
I'm good.
Marking it
It's all you.
if
I'm the one that dropped it. So.
oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty good on weapons.
Yeah, I got a Spitfire and a 45, so I'm not too bad.
Nice. Longbow 99. With a decent scope on the longbow. There's another longbow. Man, why do our randoms always just go nuts? Just run away from us no matter what.
Jesus, dude, come on, bro.
Every time. Oh, I don't even have a zip. Almost got one.
What was that? Why
I'm
did it
just
sound
gonna
like you
run.
ripping the fucking chair? What did you bite? What did you bite? No, that's not the way.
Oh, I see you have a new office chair.
Yeah, basically. Did you buy a $500 chew toy for me? Thank you. Yo, cut it out. That's not a fucking toy. You have a toy right here. And you have bones with shit in it. Like, don't you dare even think about it. And you're welcome. Dun, 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 dun.
Where's this fucking kid going? I mean, you know, if you're going to be a fucking lone wolf, I mean, at least mark where you're headed
Yeah.
for. I mean, why don't you might as well mark a res spot because you're about to get your shit pushed in because you're a fucking dumbass going solo. It's like, where the fuck is he going, dude? Look how far away he is. He's just like going in a straight line, dude. Just like as far as he
And maybe
can
that's what
possibly go.
he's like. I want to see how far I can run before I die.
Oh wow, did he finally mark something? Oh, what a fucking moron. Do you want to go toward
Yeah,
him?
one of us can get that body shield.
I'll throw us a zip line at the top of the hill. There's a
Oh
light
yeah,
clip.
ooh
Side.
yeah, ooh yeah.
Oh shit. Which way is best to? Okay. I don't even know where that body shield is. Oh, you
Yeah, I
got it.
pinged
You
it.
marked Thank you.
Oh, I think I hear. Yep, I hear gunshots. Alright, I take less damage and I have an arm shield, so if you want that blue body shield, go ahead.
No, go for it. I just headshotted
Damn,
that
okay,
fool.
bro.
We don't have to fight him.
Oh, there's another
kind of harass
level
him.
2 body shield back.
Oh yeah, let's fucking retreat, I guess. And
Yeah, I thought this is where our teammate wanted to be.
it won't let me. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't let me ping it, dude.
Oh,
Like,
I dibsed it. I
what the
dibsed it.
fuck? It keeps a. Oh,
Just so we wouldn't lose it. It's
Where's it
40
at?
meters.
oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. Oh, there's
What-
another
how do
one.
we-
What the fuck?
yeah, how
I
do we
didn't
miss
notice
that one?
before.
Damn.
Nice.
Ain't seen your walk. Head to toe now. Your whole body talk.
How am I missing that guy? How did he hit me? Wow. Where is he? Where is he? I can't see him. Oh. Boom! In your face. Shit.
Yeah, they're up on the rooftop up there.
Got one down.
Behind that stuff, I just broke their shield.
Yeah,
I'm throwing my special at that building over there. Because they're on that roof. Oh shit, they're on this roof too. Fuck me.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're right here. Teammate just ran past them. What are you fucking kidding me? Motherfucker, I watched them run right past them.
Oh no. How did they down me? both of them firing at me. I don't think our kid was much
No.
of a shot.
He spent, I don't know, 10 or 15, maybe 20 extra bullets shooting the back tire of that truck after they went around it.
Yeah, he did. Oh man, damn it, Boona! Why didn't you fucking?
You wanted to be off on your own
bring
and
the
do your own
thunder.
thing. Like, you weren't good enough when all three of us were there. Neither am I, but that's why I don't run off on my own.
Yeah,
And
man.
I need every bit of team help I can get.
Yeah, and I mean, you got surprise attack from the roof too. Those fuckers
Yeah.
were lurking, and either they were lurking or they zipped over and we didn't hear them. But I think they were lurking.
I believe so also.
Dude, I read about this thing called auto brewery syndrome, and like you can get certain kinds of yeast that like kind of make a colony in your digestive tract.
Okay.
And when you eat like carbohydrates, you get
What?
it like breaks
That
you down to
sounds
alcohol. Yeah, without drinking.
sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but like it happens to, I mean, it's rare, but it happens to people. And like, there's this dude that like got a DUI and like fell down and hurt himself and shit, and he kept telling people he wasn't drinking, and they didn't believe him. He thought he was just ashamed of
Yeah.
being an alcoholic.
As one usually
like-
is. Yeah, so
Yeah, and finally, he got some help from some group that studies the disease or something, and they gave him like antifungal medicines and told him not to eat carbs for a while. But he like snuck some pizza and it came back, and like, but then they gave him stronger ones, and it really went away.
that's crazy.
But yeah, just eat some carbs and get fucked up.
Like that's scary. Like to like be
Yeah.
responsible and not drink, and then like eat pizza and crash your car.
Yeah.
Like,
The Ninja Turtles.
no, they
would
were.
not approve.
Ninja Turtles would definitely not approve. Oh, I'm jumping master shit. Oh, their drill site is a hot zone. I gotta get knockdowns or kills there. So, hopefully I can get a couple before I die. Actually, I'm gonna go with this big building over here. Seems
Okay.
like a nice big area that should have loot for everybody if I could find my way in. There we go.
Shit, our dude already got pooped on, apparently. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, but I might be about to.
Oh no, I just picked up a. Oh no, that's not good. Oh shit. Come in. Oh, there's somebody
I
in
broke
here.
his
Fuck.
shield.
Okay. I won now.
I'm crawling toward you. Oh, there's a dude coming in. No. Just roll
Okay.
that. Oh, a dude
Okay.
coming toward me. Now
Alright.
a dude's coming in.
Shit. I'm shielding up. Hopefully they don't finish you.
He jumped off. I'm coming in.
There we go. Perfect.
Noise. Shit, I hear somebody. Yep. Oh, hell, I couldn't reload.
How the fuck am I shooting through this bitch? God damn it, man. Our teammate was pre-firing the
Somebody
fucking.
was running in the
Okay,
back
so it
door,
wouldn't have
too.
mattered. But our teammate was like pre-firing before they walked around the box, just putting so many bullets into the wall that when it was time to shoot them, they didn't have any more bullets. Like, god damn it, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good job, kid.
Where'd it go? You really killed that wall.
I almost had a kid down, but they had armor and I didn't. And I broke their armor. I think they had like at least blue armor though, because I took like 3 or 4 flatline rounds to
Okay.
break it. that doesn't matter.
It matters to me.
Did you get any knockdowns?
Yeah, I got one kill, one knockdown and kill. So I have to double check that and see which it actually is. But either way, I should have got credit for one of them.
How many knockdowns you got?
3, I think it is.
Alright.
See if I wrote that down. I don't know if I did.
I should have looked at my own dailies.
So it's 4 knocks at the drill site, so I got one of those.
Oh,
I had to get 4 knockdowns at the drill site, so I got one.
Oh crap! I didn't
I
know
don't know.
to do that. Where's the
I don't know. Just take us wherever.
Oh damn! Cross the map. Yeah. Okay. Our dude's just going independent. I'll probably.
Yeah, he's
confuse
probably
him.
like, well, this dude doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like anybody landed with us.
Why am I picking up all this shit I don't need? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Hammer point. Oh, and here's a couple of shield cells.
Okay, thank you. I got some.
Oh, yeah, okay. Flatline. Oh, are you getting shot at, bud?
Oh shit, somebody's here.
Sorry, can't help you since you're... okay, I'm coming. I'm
Okay,
way far
I'm
away.
just gonna try to hide out.
I'm almost to you.
Oh, they jumped over the fucking thing. They're standing on my head.
Oh, shit. Where's he at?
Congratulations, bitch. You played yourself.
Bitch. That's right. Give me that shit. Oh yeah, give me those heels. You yatch. Oh, I'm
Yeah, no,
going
you
to
do you.
just a sec.
You got 2 minutes till the wall moves. Or starts to come in.
Just healing. Oh, I already got 4. Don't fuck with the flat line. That's today's lessons, children.
Today it's F for don't fuck with the flat line.
I didn't touch your
Okay,
box. I
well,
was just and her box
I mean,
got
you've
some
earned
shit
it.
too.
I don't think I had much, but you've earned it. I realized
You saved my life, and now I owe
Yeah.
you my box.
that's what she said. But yeah, I heard some noise. I'm like, that noise doesn't sound right. And I realized, wait a minute, it sounded like they were climbing. And I look up and they're just like standing on my head and start shooting me.
Oh man.
Is that where the boxes were?
Yeah. Yeah, she got 99 on Wingman's shield cells.
Okay, yeah, I had a 99 as well. I should that.
I can give you 2 more shield cells because I've got a battery and 4 cells left.
Okay, I have the same. I
And
just picked up 4 more shells. I'm good. You take. Yeah, I got 4
Okay.
small things, bunch of big. Not a bunch. Whatever. I have enough heals. My brain's not working. I can see the things, but my mouth isn't saying what I see. So.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Sarah Edinson is gonna leave as soon as he goes down. Sure of it.
Yeah.
Oh, there was an explosion here.
Yeah, I can throw us a zip over this lava
Okay.
shit. Oh, people are here, I think. People are within this little dome.
He's down.
Nice.
Oh, and he left.
Nice, he went out. Hell to the is.
Not good.
Just when you're done,
Good.
I wanna
Take
clean up
whatever.
after you. There's a hemlock in
Now
there.
I got a flat line.
I'm gonna stick with the flat line. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's
No,
not bad,
I
is it?
mean today's lesson is F. Don't fuck with the flat line.
That's right.
Oh, walls coming.
Oh, we gotta
Yeah.
walls
So is that all
coming.
that was in there? Was a flat or a hemlock you
thought I-
left? Any heals or anything in that box?
Hemlock and alternator. Yeah, I think there are heals left. I'm 70%
Okay.
on zip line. I'm gonna start running. You better hurry. The wall's coming. It's just the first wall, though. You're okay. When I get I thought I was zipping us away. I mean, toward the circle, but apparently not.
Oh shit! I think I hear footsteps. Yep, somebody's
That's what I
laser
got.
rifling behind me. God damn it! You just
Oh,
just keep
shit.
going. I'm gonna.
Come. I got no.
So
Just jump off into the
All right.
ravine. Oh, here, I'll zip us the fuck out.
nice, perfect. Coming to my rescue, sir.
Hell yeah. It's the way we
And now
do
they
it.
fucked up because they gotta come to us.
Yeah. You played yourself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I expect him to take my zip line. I don't know if he will. Yep, he took my zip line.
Alright, I'm trying to get this high ground. Okay.
He's over here. Broke his shield. He's dead.
Good shit.
Here's
Alright,
another one.
coming.
They're almost down. They're almost down. Yeah, they're dead. Storm got him. I'm
Yeah,
crawling
and they
back
are
in.
looting your kills, but I got some heals if you want to try to get a better vest out of there.
I got heals. I'll hit a med kit and then. Damn. You know, I'd be a little pissed if that fucker took a better fucking vest off my fresh.
I grabbed the
kills
vault
there.
key. Let's see
He
if
did,
there
I
is.
think. Oh yeah.
Oh wait, did I not pick it up? No, I did pick it up. Ah, but there's none.
Oh, is that guy? got
There's none left in
syringes?
there.
You got
Yeah.
any syringes? Thank you. Oh, that's plenty. Oh, what am I? There we go. Man, that kid, those kids were stupid to fire at you from that far
Yeah.
away, man.
They probably figured they would just get a they'd get a quick knock because they're gonna die in the storm anyway or something like that.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh shit, I gotta drop some shit. Yeah, I need more ammo. There we go.
I think I hear a drone. Maybe it's a car. No, it's a cargo car. Oh, it's purple. Shit. Do you have an
Now,
energy weapon?
I'm light and heavy.
Oh, now I think I do.
That's my
hear a
drone,
fucking
probably.
drone. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was. Scared me. You want to move? You want to
Yeah.
move toward this kid? There's a zip line down right there. Damn, where's this kid going?
He's going to 5th and Japip. He's out. Well, you know, don't be a million miles away. Yeah. Very nice.
Oh, they're up there in the tower, I think. I don't see him, but that's where he marked. No.
Oh, behind us.
Oh, behind us, behind us.
Oh, and he just EMP'd me. I just put that shirt on, bro.
Oh, fuck.
I can use some more syringes. Yeah.
got
Oh,
shields?
they're fucking sniping me from.
Oh, God, both sides. Fuck.
This is no good.
I'm dodging every grenade that comes in here.
I just dropped the U sight by that window. Alright, I'm pulling my drone out to give us some eyeballs.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck these guys are.
Somebody had just scanned somebody. Okay, there's people. There's people under that platform. There's people in that corner.
God,
Oh, somebody's coming in. Somebody's coming in. I just saw them running towards the door. Right there. They got a gold shield.
Okay.
Oh, their buddy left.
Oh shit, okay, I'm shielding up,
He's got a blue shield in here.
Okay.
And some shield cells in there.
They shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so
Okay.
here's
Back.
Sherman Police Statistic about it.
They're going up that way.
Oh, oh, oh.
He's gone. Hopped on his bicycle and left. And we're being sniped from.
One's in the tower. Ooh, broke his shield.
Look, somebody's
in the
right there.
tower.
And somebody's being respawned right behind us. Do we want to take out the person that's being.
They're voiding
Okay.
down to us. They're voiding down to us. Let's move like the ninja. Oh shit, that's you.
Shit, somebody.
I'm
Okay.
running this building.
Somebody just got respawned too.
Oh, they're upstairs.
Right here.
Oh shit, I'm coming, okay.
Fuck. Thank you, thank you.
Welcome.
I need to heal, I need to heal. No! What's up, Chrissy? going on, girl?
Fuck.
Alright, I'm healing up. Nice, nice.
One less. Get it. Oh
You
shit.
motherfucker.
He got me, ran up the stairs.
Oh, he's getting some. He's getting somebody up.
Yeah, take advantage. Yeah, yeah. See ya.
I'm coming, bro. I'm coming. Coming, bro. Coming.
Oh fuck! I wish
I
you had
know.
helped me out.
I am sorry about that.
Oh, there's no place to revive. Just no, it's fine. I mean, it was pretty fun.
Five squads left. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, so I was muted. I didn't even know. Yeah, they're right around you somewhere.
Give me all of these. Oh, I'll take that. Give me all these fire grenades.
I've got a scout with a 3x, and you know that's about it. Ammo, heals. I have some sort of
I'll
attachments and
take
shit.
3x. Oh yeah, look at those.
Oh, ring's
Oh,
about to
shit,
get you. Ring's about to
no.
get you. Oh, fuck.
I'm the
dog.
new kill leader.
Kill leader.
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh my god. Where do we go?
Hell yeah. You might win just on the ring, son. Oh, Tree P! Tree P him!
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, come on.
That was a good game, though. That was a good game.
Oh.
I'm not mad at him.
Look at these stats. Hell to the yeah. Oh, he beat us both. But
Yeah.
we beat him in kills.
Damn. I stole kills like a motherfucker. Look at that.
The kill
Yeah.
thief. That was fun. That was a good game.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Yeah.
another one in you?
Oh shit, I didn't even realize it was 2:30.
When do you start work? Monday? Oh, you started work
Yeah, I
today,
did
kinda,
orientation
right?
today. And then my first day is Sunday, 4 to 8. So,
Cool. Sunday
Sunday is when I don't know, it seems like it'll be alright. I think I'll enjoy it. It's not real.
Oh, is that the is that a truck?
No,
day? And then
Tuesday and
the other
Thursday are
days
truck
the-
days. So, it'll be,
So what else do you do? Like a set?
Yeah.
Sales
yeah,
and
it'll
stuff,
be like,
son?
everybody does everything, is the way he described it. So, like, within reason. So, like, they're not going to ask you to do anything that's, like, outside. Like, everybody's job description is basically the same. So, they're not going to ask you to do anything outside of that. So, no, like, fixing wires in the wall, none of that shit. But it's like, they have, like, chandeliers
Right,
set up. So,
but
like, the most difficult it is, like, if you're going to hang a new light, but you have to, like, I mean, take it down or whatever. And he said the wires they just have like clips on them, so they just plug right in. And they're already pre-wired, so it shouldn't be an issue. Which I can do all that. I mean, that's not a problem. And yeah, so the cash register, stocking the shelves, making sure the shelves are presentable. It's a bit confusing because it's not like Target or Walmart where like UPC codes are set as an individual item.
Drill
Okay.
site. Where the
Drill
fuck is it?
site
Okay, there we go.
is so the
What about
UPCs are
UPC
not
codes?
you're right,
Walmart.
not like a regular store where they're set to a particular item. So they rotate every couple months. So that can be kind of confusing.
Oh, that's interesting.
Shit, I don't have a gun.
Shit. Me neither. Oh, I got a Mozambique.
Fuck, I got attachments for days. Coming to you with a Arc Star? Where are they at?
I got a. Oh, I think
Okay.
he ran. I don't know where he went.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of a neat system that you're talking about, though. Like just one UPC and just you replace the product.
Yeah,
or
like
whatever,
every
yeah.
every couple months they rotate them, and because of so like they have a dollar amount system, so like they don't like go look up like, oh, it should be you have these UPCs and you should have all these products. It's like you have, like he was explaining to me like at one point, like the biggest shrinkage, the biggest oh shit, up on the roof up there.
Over here.
I don't know.
I don't know where they went.
Alright, I
Kinda
threw a
jumped
bunch of
off.
grenades up there, but I guess.
Shit. Fuck.
I'm coming! I don't really have a lot of bullets. I have to make this shit count.
Oh, dude ran down the hill behind you too. Yeah, put his bitch ass out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I guess you got.
Oh, he
both?
took the
Okay.
fucking.
Oh, did he snatch it? Did he
Yeah, he
snatch
took
it
the
out from
energy
under you?
ammo. Come on, bro. Now I gotta go back to this.
There's a ping your energy ammo.
Fuck
Might be able to
him.
give you some.
Fuck him. Oh, there's 20 energy ammo here. Why do I have all these fucking... Oh my god, I have so much shit I don't need. Oh yeah, I'll do that. Take this 20 energy.
There's a revive back in the drill site, but I don't know which is. Oh, he's getting me up. He's got me up.
Okay. Like, come on, bro. Why don't you just fucking wait for
I
me?
wonder if that counted. I wonder if you got a knock in the train yard.
I don't know. I'm healing, chick.
I mean the drill
Pal
site.
Ryder,
that is.
come here and let me heal you, bro. Oh shit, there's two of them. Fuck.
Coming.
They're right
Marking
on us. There's a Pathfinder right on us, and there's a lifeline across.
3 of them. God damn.
Thanks for waiting for the team, dipshit.
Yeah, he shouldn't have. We should have all went back to the drill side, I think, and got me up there so I could get my box.
Yeah.
But I ping, you know, it auto pinged the train yard revive thing, and he was probably like zoned in on that.
Oh, whatever. He's still a douchebag.
I think to just go behind him. Yeah, I blame you.
Yeah, 100%. Man, I think we talked before, and you said you can draw a little bit, or you do draw a little bit, or whatever. You can.
Yeah, just very limited things.
I have, and I've always had this issue of space, and I think that translates to like everything in my life. So like, I have an issue with space. Like things take up more space than I realize. I think that leads to my fucking cluttered and my nasty fucking habits.
Wait, tell me. I'm listening to you, but I didn't hear something you said. Stuff takes
More
up
space than I
space?
think it will. So right. So
Think
like
it
when I'm
does?
drawing,
Okay.
or when in life when I have something like I'll just put this here, and it's just like I wind up putting so many things on like my desk, and like shit just gets cluttered, and it's. But with drawing, like when I used to graffiti in high school, I'd graffiti on some pages, draw some whatever, and like my letters would never be the same size. I would always have to like try to squeeze in like the last 2 or 3 letters. I'd realize I'm running out of fucking space, stuff like that. And right now I'm doing I did a drawing on like a small, I don't know, maybe it's a 5x7 sketchbook page of a anime character's face, like an up close thing. Oh shit, I'm gonna go here. And then I have a bigger sheet that I was also trying to do it on. I was trying to keep it the same size so that I can like kind of pull back and like show more things in this sketch. But it seems like I'm just gonna it's gonna be the exact same thing, just bigger to fill this page. Like I've only done the eyes so far, but it seems like that's all the space I'm gonna have.
Oh,
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I wanted to
sure
keep
I've done similar.
what's it called? I want to keep the same size of the shit and be able to draw more of like the outline stuff. But it looks like it's gonna be the exact same sketch, just bigger. All right, bro. All right. We're coming, bro. We're coming.
We
Oh, they're
hear
punching
ya,
them
bro.
now.
More guys right here.
I have to rate this down.
2 more. I'm out of ammo.
I'm getting our buddy up.
Trying to get ammo in this building, and there's nothing. Fuck! It's all looted. All the shit. They're gonna get their buddy up.
Nope, he came to try to finish us off, and he got fucking laid out.
Oh, nice. L to the yeah.
There's heavy in there. Not good.
You want
I'll tell
that
you.
longbow?
Take it before teammate gets here, because he did not earn it.
Got it. Did not earn
Here's
it.
more heavy. Oh shit! I went to the wrong one. And there's 2 shits.
Oh, thank you.
I dropped 2 shield cells. Okay, you got them. Good.
I wonder if you can change the corner of your screen that indicates when your teammates are talking with their name, because it always covers up my fucking shield
Yeah, you can.
when somebody's talking.
You're talking about like the party indicator, like people from the Xbox party. Yeah.
The party indicator. Is it in Apex
No, it's
options
in
or
Xbox.
in Xbox one?
So if you go into, like, you hit up the menu, go to the party, voice overlay, turn it on, and then there should be a option to configure voice overlay. Like I have mine in the middle on the right hand side. It's not always good for every game, but it works for this game for me.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect spot. Noise. I just changed it. Thanks.
I don't have a lot of bullets for either gun.
Oh, he marked a flat line. I didn't ping it.
I think it's in the building he's in currently.
Yeah, you can.
Nah,
Do you want it?
I'm good.
We were both doing good with that
Yeah.
flat line.
Flatline. Oh, he might have taken it. There's a hemlock here now.
That'll work too.
Oh no, here it is.
You know, I'm gonna go with the hemlock. right
Okay.
now. I like them both. I saw a heavy mag a second ago, but it's a white one. I'm gonna let it go.
Okay. There's
Oh.
a care package.
This time I accidentally picked
Oh.
plastic.
It's a care package at a train station.
All right. There's shit popping off somewhere real close.
Yeah, I'm going for that care package. Because I don't have a lot of ammo, so.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Oh
down
shit,
there
okay.
too. Two guys down there. They're not. They're running away from where you were at. They're running down the west stairs.
Because if I can get a Kraber out of this. Oh no, it's a purple. What? What? It was a purple helmet, a med kit, and a purple standards or purple stabilizer. Damn, bro. Shit. Up, he's getting involved. I'm backing him up. Somebody right here. Shit.
Shit.
So he just used his ultimate on me.
Oh,
I'm
damn, that
coming
was
down to
his-
you guys. Yep.
He's still above us.
Nice. Good shit.
Hell yeah, whop him. Whop him like a booty.
See. Oh, nice. I'm actually gonna get rid of the energy. There's more heavy in this box.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that in a second.
Actually,
There's a purple sniper stock in this box I'm looking at, and a double tap.
okay, I'm good. Is there a scout in there, actually?
No,
Wow,
triple
okay, I'm
take.
gonna pass on that then. Let's find more heals than I need.
Yeah, me too. But I will take them. Oh, here's a scout in this box. In the box I'm looking at. Where I
Okay.
pinged it.
Nice, and it was a double tap. Nice. Nice, let's do this.
Yeah, this is pretty sweet shit. Oh, this time we get the 3P.
Yeah.
Suckers.
I think I'm gonna stick to the 2 to 4 because I just did well enough with it there. Damn.
301.
So many shits.
Yeah, no doubt. Dude, we got geared as shit right there. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things to happen.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I guess we should follow him. That's a
Okay.
circle.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, that was sweet. 6 other squads. Let's take them out.
Yeah, I really thought that Mirage was gonna have me when he hit his ultimate. He kept like hopping up on the tracks, like real like
Yeah,
I don't know, just like it looked like he was on the other side of it, and looked like he was just like jumping to like pop his head up, and then eventually jumped up and
yeah,
did
yeah.
his ultimate, and I got scared.
yeah. I saw one of his decoys run down, and I shot it. And then I heard him when you said he was, I don't know, something. He said something, I think, and then I heard him up above us anyway.
Yeah,
And then he didn't see me when I shot him in the back.
because you were ninja style.
Oh yeah, kept it quiet, like Grim when he's waiting for somebody to pick his buddy
Yeah.
up.
Setting a trap.
I don't see that.
I don't see
Oh.
anybody in there either.
Oh, way, okay. It's the second. He's marked the
Oh,
second building
okay.
over it. Oh shit.
Oh, yep, they're up there. Shit, if there's... Oh, he's already
Oh,
at the
good
care
deal,
package.
okay.
Doesn't say if there's a Kraber. I will use that to fudge this person up. No, it's a Mastiff. Oh,
Yeah, I've only got a 2X.
There's a
on
2
my
to
snipe,
4.
But I can move in on them. Oh yeah.
oh, he's dropping all his heavy stuff for the Mastiff. So I got a
Ooh,
4
I'll
to...
take that mag.
Nah,
Well, you can
I'm
have the
double
mag.
light. I got the 4 to 10 threat detector sniper scope.
Purple stock if you want it.
I'm good, I got one.
How did that miss? Oh my gosh.
Gotta turn this double tap off.
I've hit one of those dudes on the tower for 150.
Hey, 1 for 34. What are you shooting with that he hit him for 150? Longbow?
I mean, I got 2 shots
Okay.
with the longbow. Oh, I got no fucking... You got any shield cells?
Yeah.
I'm coming to you, I'm coming to you. Thank you, thank you. I just had a Phoenix kit, was the only shields I had. I bet those kids from that building are going to fucking third party
Yep.
us.
Focus shield.
I hit another one for 100. I hit the left one
Okay,
for
yeah, I
100.
broke the right one's shield. Just stacking the damage numbers up.
Hit him for 55.
Oh, they're running.
Well, they're zipping away. They're
You
zipping
want to push
away.
them?
Yep. I wish he had said a zip. I'm
Okay.
recharging my shields, but I'll be right behind you.
I'm just grabbing.
Do you want to zip up
Yeah,
to the
let's-
tower?
we'll take that high ground.
All this firing we've been doing, somebody's want to be
Mhm.
on us.
I concur.
I don't know where they fucking went. Oh, we got the center of the circle. Oh, I don't have anything but heavy right now.
Oh, who's grappling? Oh, it's teammate. Okay. Scared the shite out of me.
Dude, it'd be hilarious if the circle converged on the tower.
Yeah. Oh shit, there's another care package over there.
I'm afraid to go for it.
Oh, I wish I could call my thing up here, but I can't. God damn it.
want to know where these kids went that zipped away. I bet they're in one of those buildings. But...
Well,
Are we
he
going
is,
for
and I
it?
want to drop my care package, so.
Alright. Oh, shit's going down in the city.
Oh yeah, it's your Gibraltar. Small shield cell, purple vest. We're all good on that.
I think we should get back up in the tower. I
Purple
don't know.
sniper stock if you want it.
I kinda do, but... Oh, dude, they're
Alright,
zipping
I'm
back
coming.
up. They're zipping back up.
Nice,
Knocked one out. He's still...
Oh,
he's
they're
still
up
on me. I
here.
didn't knock him down.
nice.
There's one less.
Alright, I'm going back for that purple shield in the thing.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. We knocked the
Nice.
squad out. Where at? Where they at? Where they at? God damn, mark the enemies. I hit that dude for 68. I'm jumping down because he's... Oh, have a shield, you fuckers.
Oh,
Dude
someone's
over
got a
there.
fucking charge rifle. We're not the center, but we're still in the circle up here.
Oh, it's just us and them.
Are they all over there?
One's... No, I just saw one near your care package.
Oh, there's somebody over there.
went.
There's Gibraltar's that way. But yeah, I think there are people over there by you.
Oh, somebody's around me. Yeah, yeah, I'm backing up. I'm backing up. Shit. Shit, I'm stuck.
Alright, I got you
Fuck.
covered.
Okay. Woo. Yeah, if you can mark an enemy, please.
They're right
do.
there. I just
awesome,
hit
guys.
somebody with broke their shield with the arc star.
Hit him for a little more. Damn, somebody's right around me. Ooh, broke their shield. Shit. Going back to get this blue armor.
Somebody's behind that rock.
Fuck.
Broke their shield.
We gotta... Shit.
Shit, yeah, we gotta.
We're gonna have to push them. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, I knocked the one. I knocked
got no
the
shields.
lifeline
I got
over
no
there.
shields.
I'm pushing this person
Okay.
here.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, they
I'm coming
disappeared.
with you. I got a gas on you. Fuck.
I'm shielding up real quick.
Got one. I've got no shields, but
Right
one's
there.
out. Oh, up here, oh, right here, right here. Palming the rock. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, the circle will kill. Yeah. What is?
Ah. Teabag, 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 teabag.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was that dope sauce. That was hilarious that we made those kids run from the tower and then
Yeah.
We took it, and then they came and got killed.
Good shit.
Dude, look
What's
at
up, Ozzy? Sorry, we were in the middle of that crazy shit. Yeah, we could use a third. Thank you for the sparks. Thank you for the crying turtle. Thank you for the follow, finally, I guess, bro. If that's how you feel. I've known you for like a year. That's cool. And I appreciate the host.
And we had like 3383 damage or something altogether.
Damn, look at that. It's like we're pro or some shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna pee real quick. before we
Sounds
get
good.
into
Yeah, I'm
another
gonna
really
shoot
bad shit.
Ozzy an invite and go to the bathroom myself.
All right.
No, see, kind of that's what happens. I don't know why, but it says I'm not following you, and then I follow you, and your follower number doesn't change. So I don't know.
Yeah, I
what's
don't know.
happening.
Yeah, because I was pretty sure that you followed me before.
Yeah, I've like followed you like 5
Right,
times.
yeah, I know that you were. Like, I specifically remember you. You followed me. I don't know. I remember it happening.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna send you an invite to the game, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB.
Thanks, mate. No. Zero, how's it going, mate? You here? Take it as a kinda nod.
You raised a great stature and you being the next set up. That's the biggest one, yeah. For the power, style, best. All leather interiors,
Oh,
Let me get a drink of water real quick.
oh, how's it going?
Good, Ram. How you doing?
Good, mate. Woohoo. Oh, I need to do more shadow eventfuls. I need to do the 3 ranked matches. Oh, yeah. 700 damage as caustic and 3 knocks as blood.
Man, I think it's impossible to handle an ice cream container without getting ice cream on your hands.
What? Where did that come from?
I was eating some ice cream.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. That makes total sense, man. I hate
All
the
right,
new...
I'm back when you guys are ready.
Because you can't get packs for free. You have to buy them.
Can't you? Do you not unlock them with the battle pass every once in a while? Because I've gotten a couple
No,
that
you
I haven't bought.
You don't get...
Maybe-
no, I'm talking
maybe it
about
was
the
when I
Final
bought the
Fight
battle.
ones.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Like, why can't you get these? That's stupid. Like, because I want one, but I'm afraid I'm going to get the P2020, which isn't that bad. Or, oh, they don't have a Mazda, so I might actually get one of these now. Don't have 700 tokens. Hot. Only have 500. Hot. Like, I wish that would make them, like, you could get them in the challenges.
Mm-hmm.
I need to complete 20 daily challenges, and I don't know how many I've done. I have to get a win as a...
Alright, let's rock and roll,
Alive
people.
person.
Let's stop the flow.
No,
We're rocking and rolling, bro. Nope, we're rocking and rolling. We're rocking with the rolls. We're rolling with the rocks.
Oh God, have you seen in the store?
No, I've not been in the store. I do not have store monies.
There's a new hemlock skin. It's dope.
What's dope than heroin?
See, I want to get some of these packs, but I don't want for $7.
Yeah,
Wow, that's a lot of money for a skin.
yeah.
And 24 times 7
Is 140, 100.
is like 152 or something like that.
I think it's like 172 American. I think.
Yeah. And that's how much you need to get lifelines.
Right, but at least they're free once you pay 100 and whatever dollars.
I don't care though. Like, why can't you get the packs for free?
I mean,
Like,
Wait, you mean to
The
totally
game's not
deck
that
out
expensive.
Lifeline? It costs like
no, to get all the packs.
no, to get lifelines, to get all the packs and get lifelines,
Heirloom.
heirloom.
Damn, that is
Yeah.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I know people that have already bought them all.
I mean, it must be nice to live off of somebody else's money.
Exactly, that's what I say. It must be nice to have some cash.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know. I'm listening to RuPaul.
I bought 2 battle passes.
Yeah, I bought this last one. I should have bought the other ones, but... Or no, actually, I bought season 2 at the end of it.
I bought the first one. I'm so annoyed. I got to tier 86.
Oh, shit, I forgot the... Well, why don't you grind it out? Let's go here.
Where are we
Oh,
going, mechanic?
We're going here, bro. We're on our way.
I thought you were daydreaming off.
Dude, I
into
wish,
another
man. I wish my dreams were day style.
Days in another world.
Yeah, but my dreams are more like nightmares in my own reality.
I'm gonna try and go sweat this game and get another win so you guys.
I mean,
get
that
a
would be swell.
Hell yeah, that'd be sweet.
Shoot 'em, lol.
Shoot 'em, lol. Who the hell is lol?
Shoot 'em, lol.
Stop calling me Shirley.
Oh, is that? Oh, did I accidentally? mark
Yeah,
that?
you said you said
Yeah,
shoot this
mark it, okay.
peacekeeper. It's an enemy. And I said I don't want to.
I need to change my sensitivity. Remember when I changed my sensitivity?
Yeah, now it's
up?
too much for you.
I found that I don't really like it. I liked it on 6. On super high. Yeah.
Oh, Prowler over here.
I still haven't got new headphones, so I only have the left side. of my headphones
That's a no-go.
All right.
Because I was literally $10 off, and then my mum needed money for next day, and she's not gonna pay me back apparently.
Well, I mean, she like puts food in your mouth, so.
Yeah, but that's annoying because I saved up all that cash,
Yeah.
and then she comes along and steals that.
Well.
I'm gonna go longbow.
Ooh, I'm gonna go 99 on these bitches.
Oh, you bastard! I was gonna go the 400, but I haven't. I found a 999. Should I do
Yes, you
400?
should.
400.
The R400.
What's 400?
400. If you have 99.
301. Yeah.
Oh, 301.
The
Sorry.
R400 combo.
Okay.
There's heaps of heavy and all that up here.
Yeah.
Like a good 160 heavy and 60.
And there's a
controls.
I'll take
Each
part
one
of
of
the
those
heavy.
is a full stack.
And there's a
heavy.
flat line underneath it. Because today's lesson is the letter F. Don't fuck with the flat line.
Fuck!
Don't.
Yeah, you know what?
Also
I'm throwing
no
down my
swearing in this
99
channel.
for a flatline longbow. If anybody wants a 99 and a white.
No.
Oh, I
Okay.
could use that white mat.
Yeah, I'm going. No,
Or
you're
you
good.
need it, mechanic.
Nope, you're
Need
good.
that white mat?
I'm
Oh,
going
that's-
90 win.
Nah, come
no,
on,
I don't
come
need
on,
it. I don't need it, bro. I don't need it. I got the 99 in the wingmans. Ready to show this lady a good time.
Yeah. I actually think I've been getting okay at the wingman.
Oh, I forgot to pick the Birdman. That's one of my
Oh no.
game bird.
I
Grandma's
love
Birdman.
how
It's
you
the
say
Birdman. What's wrong with the Birdman?
The train's
Ooh,
the
we
most
got a hem mark?
Oh,
The
I think I can only
bird.
climb super low if I'm not one of the spirit things. I'm used to being the spirit and climbing like up every single
Oh
hill.
yeah, from that game. It's
Oh, can she
no
fly?
the other game mode. You can climb for infinity.
Yeah, the spirits have unlimited
Oh, the
climbing.
spirits. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Are we gonna jump
Um,
on the train? Oh, it didn't stop. Someone's on it.
I don't know if I can get out of this building.
Oh, it hasn't been searched. I'm gonna get some purple armor.
Okay, well, I'm trying to catch up to this. I took the long way around.
Oh, Zero's gonna get some purple armor.
Ooh, and me, bro.
I'm just gonna get some cardio in. Oh no, hold on. I'm gonna try to pull this slick move. Let's see. Can I get to this balloon quick enough?
More purple armor. I'm gonna have to stop the train so
Wait,
you can
where-
get on it.
Yeah, yeah. Where are you?
Oh, it's
wow,
stopping
okay.
here at the thermal station. Are we gonna jump off?
Oh,
from
we
there?
got people here. I'm ballooning to you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to balloon to you.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of going toward the back of the tunnel to try to guard you a little bit if they chase.
Gracias.
Quick, quick.
I
There's
don't
purple
see-
armor on the train. If you
I'm
can
coming.
get to
Is it
quickly-
stopped? It stopped, right? Okay.
Yeah. It was up the front of the train.
Oh, it's moving again. No, it's not. My eyes are deceiving me, bro. Yeah,
Are you
man.
okay?
After you said that, I kind of looked at it and was like halfway looking at the blue shit that it floats on, and it kind of looks like it was
Right, I
moving
think
to me
that's
a
what it
little bit
was.
too.
It definitely looked like it was starting to move. Ah.
Ooh.
So we staying on, hopping off?
Stay on.
You want to stay on? We can stay on.
Yeah, I
We're
think it'll
moving,
take us
Ram,
to
Ram.
the
We're moving. We're
circle.
moving. Run.
Yeah, it's only going slow,
Toot,
bro.
toot.
What? Look, I can run faster than these. Look. If anyone worked out my trick, you're a sick lad. I'm stuck in one place because I'm running against the train. Oh no, I'm moving. Wait, I need to slide, and then I will be like in one place.
They should put like a ceiling mounted light in the tunnel, so when the train goes through the tunnel, if you're on top,
Yes.
it'll knock you off if you don't
Yes.
duck.
That'd be
And
awesome.
kill you.
Yeah.
Because that kills you by physical cost.
Yeah,
It's just like
that would be funny if it killed you.
Zero!
Oh, you bitch!
Zero
No.
Dude, you punched me off of the fucking
No, I
bridge.
didn't. What do you mean? I didn't touch
recording
you. Oh,
that.
Zero, there's enemies right
I'm
here.
recording evidence. Oh, God
Look
damn
what you
it,
did.
see-
I got you
see-
covered.
see
I
what
got you
pranks
covered.
do? Pranks get me killed.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
Running 1411, he's at install.
Okay.
Alright, I'm moving
Oh,
back toward it.
yeah, somebody's over there. They just shot a zip line up here, I think.
Okay. Yep. I hit him for 15. He's on the bridge. I can't. I'm trying to get to
Hit
you
him
guys,
12
but I gotta
white, he's up to
walk
his friend.
around.
He went up to his friend.
Alright, let's regroup.
I'm coming back to you. I just
Go the
had to
long way around
go
because
all the way around.
somebody punched you off the train.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you know.
You know. Hee-hees. Hee-hees.
Ooh, take that headshot.
I can't even
motherfucker.
see them fools.
Yeah, I did a headshot with
Taking
a
the portal?
3X.
Hit his friend.
Okay, I'm coming.
15 white. Hell,
Where they
running
at?
bro. 12 white.
They're grenading and firing.
Bounce pad here, let's go. This is not good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get in zone, let's get in zone, screw them. We'll
Yeah,
fight them
yeah,
another time.
yeah.
Let's go. Oh, we taught them to punch zero off a train.
Yeah, I'll throw some gas behind us too.
Yep.
Thank you, that helps.
It's my super
They're gonna be
turbo
coming
shit.
through here.
Alright, I
They're
need to
gonna be
shield
coming
up real
through
quick.
here. Just watch behind us, just in case they do come through. They might be coming through the tunnel as well.
Okay. I just dropping my care package.
Yeah, I think they're coming through tunnel.
Okay.
I'm just gonna watch behind us just in
Yeah.
case.
Yeah, they might be coming that way. I don't see them here.
No, because zone wall's right here.
Oh, we're being shot from over there.
Oh, they went way
Yeah.
around. They're up there. They're on the rocks though. They're on the rocks.
No, they're on that
Yes.
house. On that house.
Okay.
See? $15
Can't
white.
see shit.
Watch out for the wall. Watch out for the wall.
Has anybody got any shield cells they can share?
He jumped off.
Yeah,
mate.
here.
There's two.
Thank you. Thank you.
$14.
Coming. I'm coming right with you. Oh shit. God damn. Oh.
Drones coming.
Fuck.
Oh shit, they're right here.
Broke their shield.
There's a fast guy in the road bit.
I might have hit him for 50. Fuck, I'm dead.
It's alright, buddy.
Watch out for that.
I
nade.
jumped on that nade for you, buddy.
Two down.
Way to go, Ram.
One more.
Oh yeah, good
Nice
job.
shit.
I got a
Grab his
raid
banner,
him
would you?
for.
Actually, I'll grab it.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Okay. I don't got to raid him.
So there's so after the wall moves, there won't be a place to bring me back.
I
That's
took your
fine.
armor,
If you
so-
you gotta bring me back now, or we're not gonna be, or
Yeah.
you're not gonna be able to.
Oh, okay. I'm going. Oh, somebody just used that one, the other one close to us. Fuck. I've got.
Right there. Right in front of us.
I've got.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah, there was one.
Did it just get
The
you?
one to the.
One,
East.
No, it's not,
directly
it's still there.
In line with
One
that.
directly in front of me, bro. Oh, you're
Oh,
done.
well, okay,
oh, you're
get it.
already at that.
Whichever.
Yeah.
You already at that one. Yeah, do that one because you're closer. Do it.
There's bins here.
Yeah, that one was on the mini map, and then it wasn't on the mini map. So I thought it got used. It was.
Yeah, I
Because the
saw
one to my
yeah,
right
the light
still
went
on
away.
the minimap.
And I.
It's got like 300 down on there.
Alright, cool.
They've got to be triggered that literally one person, like,
Oh shit!
finished off.
Walls moving.
You probably shouldn't get this 45.
I'm not gonna be able
yeah,
to.
Yeah.
I just got. Or maybe I can.
Yes, we're putting a portal for you. Portal right here on me.
There's boxes over here
Okay.
too.
Portal's right here on zone. Quick.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Come out with you as well.
Thank you.
So, the one that I saw that got
Grab everything
triggered
quickly.
was like the one that was in front of you, I believe, Ram.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So somebody got brought back, and here's two.
Oh, the one in
boxes.
front of me still not used.
And I'm healing up real quick.
What?
Yeah, no,
What's
the
up?
respawn's still there. I don't see the
There's-
light in the sky though.
The one respawn up there is still there. Yeah,
Oh,
right
I
there.
saw. I was looking at
I
it,
see its
and
light
the
in the
light
sky.
went away.
Really,
Oh, I
I
saw it
didn't
like
see
the whole
it.
time. That's why
Yeah.
I didn't know why you ran to them.
On my screen, the
yeah,
light
I
went
didn't.
away.
I didn't see it, and I
just glitching.
still don't see it.
I don't
I
see it
still
now
see the
either,
light.
Oh, somebody grenaded
though.
us.
Oh shit!
I
Arc star.
Oh shit!
From
I don't know. From the east.
Oh, right there. Oh my God! They lasered me.
Break
Oh,
his
fuck.
armor.
One there. One there. They're all over that rock from top to bottom. One's on the ridge. He fucking lasered me, and somebody else
grab
cut me out.
his armor quick, mechanic. Grab his armor.
Fuck, man.
Oh damn. We're getting fucked.
Oh shit! They're pushing me. Fuck. Damn! Just to go out there to grab his banner. Two.
How many
There's
is there?
two.
Is there one downstairs?
Well, one's down. One just ran out here. I don't know where he went.
Yeah, one just shielded up and
Down them all.
damn, Ram, way to go.
Nice.
Yeah, kid. Oh, you better get him up and loot quick. 30 seconds. Awesome job. Awesome fucking job.
Very nice. What's up, monkey? Welcome to the stream.
Oh, get that sweet shit out of my box. I've got pretty good gear.
Okay.
I might have like a... Dude, circle's moving in a second. A second.
Yep. We need to go
I'm
down,
on it.
mechanic. Jesus, I just noticed how close the zone was. Oh, it's going slow, so I can't heal up.
I'm dropping a white light clip if you need it while I'm running. Right there.
Oh, I've got
Okay.
purples. Purple and blue. This R301. Once you have a
Dude,
purple striker
one
and
other
everything-
squad.
Oh.
One other squad. Be careful.
Yeah.
And they've got to be in that valley somewhere.
I'm just checking around here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably in the valley. I mean,
Probably in the cave.
yeah.
I see
I
him.
didn't realize that was a cave.
Okay, yep.
I think it's just a single.
Yeah, pop him in the head. Oh no, he hurt you.
It's a single.
Either that or a
Like no
scout.
joke, bro. Oh, it's double. Trouble. Oh, get back. Oh,
Yeah, they're. Oh damn! That is a big coverage area. They've got the circle. in
Oh,
30
holy
seconds.
hey, Bobby.
shit.
That guy sucks.
He just took all my shit away.
Oh, he hit you.
Yeah.
Broke one's armor.
Alright.
Almost broken up one's armor. Look out for-
Rings right behind you, boys.
Oh, all three were on me, bro.
Oh no! Oh no! Good try.
Fudge sandwiches.
They had the lucky position.
Yeah.
They did.
Gosh dag nabbits.
Yeah.
Wolf Journeys. Salad ass veggie. There's some punk ass names.
Yeah.
That's a salad ass veggie, man.
See, if they didn't first use Zero, you would have been great because you could have thrown your ult up there.
Yeah, yeah. That would have been really good. That would have been exactly what we needed.
Exactly. Because then I could have pushed up, we had thermals.
I'm gonna be the Gibraltar to get that daily done. Absorb 100 damage with his shield, so then we'll have an airstrike.
Who do I have to be? Caustic Bloodhound. So I can steal your Caustic.
Yeah, I don't
You get
even
750
usually like caustic, but
That's
I think I
sad.
had something.
We were so close. I hate
Yeah.
how those guys thirsted you.
Yeah, that was a bitch.
Why do they thirst though? Like, it's not like he's gonna do much when he's down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thirst because
Yeah,
I
I'll
need
do that
all the kills I can
sometime,
get. You know?
Depends.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I thirst because I
thirst
just
a
need
lot.
ammo or something. Oh no, I accidentally went Wraith. No, I forgot. No.
Yeah, I hate doing that.
Mostly I thirst as if I need ammo or meds.
Yeah, I thirst for the kills because
Well, yeah, but yeah, I like to get kills too. Yeah, but yeah, there are situations, of course, where I won't. You know, if it's in the heat of battle. I mean, I'm gonna let one of you guys eat the jump master.
it's up
Can I
to
keep
you,
going? Oh.
Rambo.
Sorry, Zero. Full circle.
Okay, let's see.
I could take it if you really don't want it. I'm
No,
doodling over here.
What goes around comes around. Emote! I'm gonna land on top
Alright.
here.
I'm going in this building.
Oh, me too, Joe. Just because I see some guys in the building to our right.
Okay, well then I'm going straight upstairs looking for some guns.
It's the nearest.
I've got every attachment I need.
I got
except
no
for a
gun. Oh.
Oh
here's
yep, they're
somebody
up. They're up
in
here.
the building. I got no
I just
gun.
threw a grenade. Hit them with the grenade. Oh, they landed roof, so the roof is looted.
Okay. Okay.
Coming, boys.
Yeah, there's
I knocked one off the roof.
Zero
but they're
jump
still
down.
alive.
I
I
want
lost it.
a fucking gun.
I'm jumping to Ram. I've got about 5 health, but maybe I can get a couple of shots in. I've only got 8 ammo too, but
I got a Bernie stick. Oh, guns. No ammo though. Oh, ammo over here.
oh, mechanic,
There we go.
throw
Oh
me
yeah, I'm a
heals.
healing bitch. Come here, let me heal you, bitch. Healing bitch is healing, bitch.
Where'd you down them?
I didn't down them. They jumped off the roof and I was shooting them.
They're coming up.
Here they come.
Oh, whoa, holy shit.
Where's the other one? Right here. Coming at you, Ram. Coming at you.
She had a flat line.
Yeah, I was,
GG's though.
that kind of, yeah, that just kind of surprised me. Like, I don't know if I guess I was turned away from the elevator shaft and I
Yeah,
heard it
you were
zipping
facing
up.
the
And,
opposite way and it's like, oh my god.
yeah,
And it's downed you
I
instantly.
was like, no.
Gosh.
I want Bloodhounds 1, Protector of the Patch. That looks amazing, bro.
I just want to see if I've absorbed any. Nope.
Guys,
Yeah.
you can buy the skins you want. You don't have to go through the opening the crates. You can straight up buy
Well,
them.
I won't be doing that,
Oh,
but
okay.
I think I would rather go to the crates because even if I don't, I
just
get,
think that's weird.
I don't know, I have a chance for it, but then I also can get other stuff. I don't know.
There's only one thing I want in this whole thing, which is Protector
Yeah,
of
well, in
the
that
Patch.
case, how much does it cost to just buy it though?
But it is
18.
Twice the amount.
Okay.
1,800. Yeah.
What? 18?
18
wait,
bucks.
wait, what is that for? That's
Yeah.
for just a skin?
Yeah, a legendary skin.
Wow! No wonder they put this game out for free. dude.
Yeah.
Hey, at least it's better than Fortnite when they're 25.
Alright, good night, babe.
Dude, you'll never see me. Well, if it was an awesome skin and I had it to spare, I might buy a skin or something, I guess. But
Yeah.
you're mostly going to see me rolling generic or whatever
Yeah.
I unlock.
I'd have to have a lot of money to be dropping that kind of money on a thing.
I would have to save up and really love the
Yeah.
skin to need it.
Like, if
Because literally, some of my friends that have bought all of them go, oh, I don't even use Lifeline or
yeah,
Lifeline,"
so
and they still buy the
well, that's the FOMO, fear of missing out. They want to buy it because they're afraid they won't be able to have it later.
They want to buy it because then they can sell their account for later
I mean, maybe,
and get heaps of cash off it.
possibly. I thought about doing
Probably,
that.
since people are already selling the 2K badge, the 20 kill badge, $10 on eBay.
So how does that work though? They're selling their whole account for $20.
They give you the whole account. So these are people that are just going making accounts, getting the 20 kill badge, and giving it, selling it.
That's crazy. I thought about doing that.
20. Who the fuck wants a 20 kill?
20
badge?
kills in a game.
I mean, how bad
A
would
lot
you
of
have
people.
Yeah.
Oh, in a
But it's
game. Okay,
it's still
I was gonna say,
ridiculous.
okay.
Like, what's the point of having that shit? You have a 20 kill badge, and then people are like, oh
Yeah.
man, we got a good teammate, and then like you die with 46 damage.
Yeah, and then you shoot.
like,
Yeah. It's just like the kids that cheat and then pretend like they won something,
Yeah.
even though they cheated for it in you know in games.
oh shit, on my way.
Down.
I thought they nerfed this gun.
Oh, what? I thought you were. I
Oh,
thought you were with
where you at,
zero.
Ram?
Okay, I'm coming back up. I'm back
Trying
up to the
get
roof.
you. Shit. Somebody's down here. I broke your shield. Got
Somebody just
him.
landed on our roof.
Alright, I'm got Ram
Okay,
over
I'm coming to you guys.
there.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Knocked him. I did
Nice.
89 damage.
Alright, I'm gonna come drop my. Oh shit! Somebody just grenaded. They're behind me.
Shit. Yep. Coming.
Oh shit! There's somebody else next to you. God damn it, man.
No, she's almost dead. She's almost dead. How many fucking squads
is
are gonna
crazy.
be? Oh my gosh. We were.
I know.
Yeah, no, I was trying to get to
Oh,
you
no, I
to.
know. I was
heal
just
ya.
saying how many
Yeah.
kids are going to fucking. I mean, that was. I don't know if that was 2 or 3 squads. I don't know. I guess
don't
it was
know.
2. It was a bitch.
I want to get that devotion skin and the haymaker. They look so
Devotion from the event.
cool. Good morning, mother. What? Oh, where are we going? Oh, what time?
Field
No.
trip.
I don't want to go for family photos. Oh, fuck's sake.
You're only gonna be in Germany for years.
Fucking family photos. Yeah, but I don't give a shit about a family photo. We can take it anywhere. We don't have to go to our school and get family
I
photos.
mean,
Oh, they have them at your school?
Yeah, it's a fucking bitch.
I was just thinking of like the awkward family photos site.
I don't know what that is. It's a site full of awkward family photos.
It has like, yeah, but like, yeah, but it's some of them are hilarious. Just look up awkward family photos on Google. It's good stuff. Oh,
I've got a 6 skin now.
for who? For Caustic.
Caustic. Didn't you see it?
What is it, the new fire and ice one?
No, I'll take a look at it when we.
Oh, could you? See, look at me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I look cool.
Hey, I see this picture and it's a jar of pickles, and it says
16K. Season 2 wins. Jesus Christ, that guy has no life.
16,000 wins.
No, 11. Like 1,100 wins, but 16K kills.
Wow, 1,100
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah.
Damn.
That guy has no life
In
whatsoever.
season 2.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
That guy
yeah,
has no
I
life.
agree.
Though.
That's insane.
Yeah, because you're probably just sitting there for hours on, well, days on days, playing the game.
Yeah, that's all you're doing. I mean, that's crazy, dude.
I would never do that.
I mean, you basically do it now. Besides your scuba diving trips, you're playing Apex with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't realize this was a loot-free zone I was landing in.
Oh, yes, bro. Devotion. I need the new skin for it, though.
Here's some energy ammo.
Thanks, mate. I'll come steal that.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Where the hell are you?
Next.
Somebody's throwing grenades.
Thank you.
Rob cannot find armor.
How the hell did you
Just-
get upstairs?
Ping day.
There's some stairs down there in the.
Thank you, I
next
found
room.
it, yeah.
That was
Why
just
is that a
energy ammo,
hostile?
wasn't an enemy. Because I accidentally double clicked.
That's
sorry.
how.
Oh shit.
That was me. Let's go find some kids to kill, because I have Delisa and I want to get killed.
Okay.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
I've got to rush them because I got
Wait.
no range.
I think there's a guy in this
Yeah,
building.
they're. Yeah. Oh, dude in the street.
Kill him!
I'm reloading. Reloading.
He's close to dying.
Got him.
Yes. Told you. The Devotion charge up is annoying.
Hell yeah. Get the heal bot. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop these heals for you over there.
That wasn't the squad I saw though, so there's more.
Okay.
Is there energy in that?
I think I might
No.
drop some. Here, I got. Oh, it's 4 rounds.
That's stuff I grabbed.
That's all I
I
got.
grabbed out of that
It takes
box
some.
over there. So I was bringing it back because.
Oh, can I get?
What do you need? What?
Can I get one of those syringes, Ram?
Sure, mate.
Thank you.
Wait, it didn't drop. I can't. There we go. What?
She,
Oh,
he got me. He got me.
I dropped them
Thanks.
though. Where are they? They're not in my inventory. What?
Oh, that's weird.
I don't know.
I didn't
Yeah, I
pick
didn't.
them up. That's strange.
I did not touch them.
I just went through the clip through the
I
floor.
also saw a team up here.
All right. Ready to go bust them
See,
up.
I'm attracting them. Oh wait, there's energy ammo up here. I need.
Okay.
Should I do double devotion? 'Cause I have
Sure.
those on? Yeah, why not?
I've got a 301. You want it?
sure.
Okay, let's go.
There's energy ammo up here, bro. They're leaving all this energy ammo. There's three
Oh, wow. This
boxes.
is hot. Thank you.
Joe, I can drop a 20 stack
I'm
of
good.
light.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can drop a 16 stack of lights. so I
I'm
don't need
good.
it.
I got 184.
I've got a ton, yeah.
Oh, I
I've got
see
a
him
lot.
right there.
You ready to go?
See his head?
Yep. I gotta rush him. I got no distance.
Someone's respawning behind him.
One is down here.
I went for the sick flank. Broke their shield.
Almost dead.
I'm burning them with those sticks.
He went up the line.
Shit, I need shield cells.
I got no shields.
I grabbed them out of the thing.
I got
There's
no
shields in
heals.
that. Here.
Okay. So
I hear them.
one's still alive.
Yeah, they're zipping, I think.
Two. Blue armor over there. Okay.
Right there, right there. Pick me up, pick me up.
He went back up. Okay. Oh no.
Fuck, man. They literally came down on both sides.
God damn it.
Zero behind you, be careful.
Fuck, man.
I had
Yeah.
5 health.
Alright,
I do
Ram.
go first.
Adios, buddy.
I
Alright,
might
have a
be
good
on
one,
later.
Ram.
Adios.
See you later.
Good games. Oh, I skipped past the flipping summary screen. Okay, yeah.
That's how you feel, game? You want to be fucking?
I probably got like one.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
wanna play
I was actually gonna say the same thing. I have about one more in me.
Yeah,
So for my dailies, I need. Gotta get it all in one game. So I need 100 damage with care package weapons, and I need 4 headshots with crypto. So can I do this all in one game? Probably not.
Wait. You got what?
4 headshots as crypto and do 100 damage with care package weapons. I've been looking for the
Like your own? Oh well. Of course,
yeah.
not your
I've been
own
looking for the Kraber and the care packages just so I can do that.
Yeah. What does a body shot do?
125, I think, something like that.
Oh, okay. Man, that's wicked. Oh, that fucker took my Gibraltar.
Who does you think you are?
Maybe I've already absorbed 100 damage with the shield. I've absorbed a decent amount.
We're all born naked and the rest is drag.
Boo. You got some place
No,
you
it
want to
don't
go
matter to
here?
me.
Let's go over here. Okay. I'm gonna go like right through this
Okay.
section.
I'm gonna go to the building behind that. We got enemies over there.
Okay. Give me the armor. Alright, I'm coming.
Alright, finally got guns. Teammates in a fight. Alright, shielding up real quick. Oh, I knocked the guy in the street.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
I got knocked. I'm retreating.
Okay, fuck. He fucked me up. I don't know what he's shooting with, but
They're coming at you, I think.
shit. Do you have armor in your box?
Yeah.
No, not clothes. Oh, shit. Going for the long, crazy flank. Oh shit, he's got a charge rifle. No, thank you. I don't want no parts of that. Ah, shit.
They're probably gonna get their dudes up. They're getting their dudes up, I think. Oh, where the fuck did they go?
Oh, they're in that building right there.
Oh my god. Hiding like knees and
Ah,
peaches.
man.
I'll see if this kid is some kind of badass or something. His name is Faint Foal. That's not encouraging. I hope that's like calling a huge dude tiny or something.
Yeah.
The camera is stuck inside this guy's body for me.
Oh, really?
Or like on his... Yeah, it is inside his body. It's kind of fucked up.
Nice. That's.
I'm gonna switch to death recap, see if I can... Nope. It doesn't fix it. I'm recording this, that's kind of funny. Which one of those
Okay.
you want?
I'll take the alternator, I guess. What was it? Alternator and what?
Recon.
Oh, shit.
Oh, goddamn, enemy. Shit.
Oh, I punched her twice. God damn it. I guess it's just not our night.
No, that was not cool.
Shit was not kosher.
Is Faint Foal alive again?
Yeah, he's
Okay, he's shooting pretty good.
he's in the basement sucking cock.
Oh, made that guy run away. Oh. Damn. Yeah, that was just bad luck
Yeah.
on that match.
It's almost 4. I'm done. It was fun.
Yeah, me too. I'll probably be on. Yeah, you too.
I might
you
be.
don't get
I
on
might be.
Saturday.
Since I'm gonna be
Yeah, me too.
starting to
I'm
work
not-
this weekend, so yeah, I'm gonna start working Sunday. So I might get on for some gaming tomorrow because next week's gonna be different schedule, I think. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, not so much.
Yeah. I mean, if you get on, you can always hit me up on Xbox, and if I can get on, I'll get on. All right.
Okay, sounds
All
good. The same
I
to
will
you.
talk to you, yeah, at some point.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
See ya.
sounds good. See you, Joe.
Oh,
Hope you
shit.
enjoy your.
Yep, I just left that. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah, I'm sure I will enjoy the new job. Thank you. Alright, so for me, that's a Rizap, as they would say on MTV. Making a video. That's a wrap. Alright, so I want to thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. Each and every single one of you, whether it was on Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube. That's all I'm on right now. But anyway, as I mentioned a couple times, I got a job, a real job. So I'm still gonna do all this stuff and all the stuff that I do on the side, but it's gonna be more on the side because I'm gonna have a legitimate thing that I do. So my schedule might change, might not. I don't know what my hours are gonna be. As of now, I think I told them I needed off Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And from what I understand, they have a truck that comes in Tuesday and Thursday mornings that they're gonna need me to unload. So I might still be able to have Thursday night off and do that as well. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. Keep you posted. Follow me on my socials to stay up to date. It's Mechanic on everything except Twitter. Twitter is Mechanic G. Also follow Zero Logic on Instagram and Facebook. Yeah, so thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. Those who did come out. I want to thank Zero for the games. I want to thank Ram for the games, and I want to thank the randoms that weren't too terrible. Big shout out to Chrissy for coming into the Facebook chat. I haven't even talked to her in a long time. I haven't seen her quite a bit. We need to catch up. But yeah, thank you for coming out. It's a Friday. You could be anywhere, but you were here with me for a little bit. And to those who didn't come out,